All right. Good morning. Welcome back to day 9 of the Darrell Brooks trial. The Waukesha parade slaughter, sovereign citizen nut job. Um, whew, I'm tired. Had a retirement party for my uncle last night. My cousin's 4-year-old decided I'm her best friend. Definitely static. Too early for penguins. But 4-year-old decided I'm her best friend, and it was my job to entertain her. That's exhausting. So, we're a bit late this morning. So just a quick recap before we jump into it. We'll make up time in the breaks. So yesterday, Brooks was very annoyed, but Judge Darrell wasn't taking any of it, so she shut him down real quick. The last witness that came on yesterday testified for about an hour on direct. He's coming back this morning. I think he's going to take us all the way into lunchtime because the prosecution said they expected him to be on for 4 hours. Um, so I I'm expecting 3 more hours today, assuming Brooks behaves. Now the question is, on cross-examination, will he continue his pattern of nearly doubling the time the prosecution takes, thus taking a full day to cross-examine this witness? Or will he continue his pattern of being about an hour to an hour and a half? So, sounds good, Darlene. Good morning. I realize the afternoon stream was a wee bit late there in the fictional land of the upside down. I mean, down under. So yeah, I don't know quite what to expect on cross. Prosecution says they hope to rest their case tomorrow, so we'll see. But with that, let's jump right into the live and see how this morning goes. Um, Law and Crime started their stream 15 minutes early.
Thank you, be seated.
Or 20 minutes early.
Okay, thank you.
So they had the fringed flag on screen for a good 20 minutes.
I need my staff and then.
Well, it sounds like they just muted more than his mic. Sigh. Good morning. I think they just turned off the court audio. I hope. At least, yeah. I hope that's what it is and that it's not technical difficulties on my end. Oh, performative Bible reading time.
All right, good morning, everyone.
And it's
I will
definitely
get
cold.
started. I will call
My computer
State of
says
Wisconsin
44
versus
Fahrenheit.
Darrell Brooks, case number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
Good morning, Judge Sue Upper, Leslie Basie, and Zach Witchow appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Good morning.
Wisconsin.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name for the record.
I'm here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for
And who's
value
your
and return
client?
for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and
His
charges connected with
exemption?
this case.
Wow.
I do not dispute any other facts in the charging instruments.
He doesn't dispute the facts.
Record should reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is present in person
He just said
in
he doesn't
custody
dispute the
in street
facts.
clothing, wearing a suit and tie and a mask.
For the record, I
today.
did not consent to being called that name, Your Honor.
All right,
And we still
and
have yet to address subject matter jurisdiction.
Oh,
court has
for the
addressed
so
it
yesterday
for
that
the
sheet
record.
he tore up at the end
So we
For the
was
record,
her
has it been
ruling
proven?
that she does have
Mr.
subject
Brooks, I
matter
stand by the written
jurisdiction.
decision that I issued in this case last week. A second
what written
copy was
decision are you
provided. Please
referring
don't
to?
interrupt me.
It's the
A
one you
second
tore
copy was
up.
provided to you. I know you saw it because you tore it up yesterday. So I'm not going to address it any further.
Are you
You are
talking about
mistaken and wrong about the law that it needs to be verified or proven.
Are you talking about the paper I accepted in return for value?
So with
Accepted
that,
for value in
I
return for
believe,
value?
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to
Exactly.
continue with this trial, whether you believe jurisdiction has
I
been
mean,
proven or
it
it's
has
too
not.
not
bad
been
he
proven
hasn't
for the
said it
record.
in front
And
of the
it
jury,
has.
though.
So
It has
with
not.
that, Detective Carpenter was on the stand,
And it needs to be proven.
and I
You need to stop
Per the
interrupting.
prosecution.
would like to have him brought back up unless there's any other issues the parties wish the court
If he's
to
gonna be
address
like this
from the state.
I did want to
this
address
early,
something briefly.
Go
he
ahead.
can, he
As
can
the
do
court
the
knows
direct
from our
examination
short
from the
discussions
next
yesterday,
courtroom.
the state will be playing a couple videos of the defendants and his statements. The court had previously heard those as part of a motion
It's going to be
hearing.
his interrogation
And
video.
I'm not sure if I'm really giving the defendant notice or what I'm doing, but I really tried hard, and I'm pulling out snippets from this because if the court recalls,
Ah,
there are a lot of references that the defendant
Good morning,
makes
Steve.
to prior domestics
hope
with
you're
Erica.
feeling well this morning.
His prior record, things that the court had previously excluded. So I'm going through and I am pulling specific time ranges from this so that nothing that was previously ruled inadmissible comes in.
That's a lot of
And
work.
I guess, obviously, this defendant has the absolute right to cross-examine the witness. He has the right, and we've offered and we have been putting exhibits up for him. But I do want it to be noted that I would not be willing to have Mr. Brooks just say, oh, go to about the 7-minute mark.
It's going to be like a
because
4-hour
If
video.
he even goes like 2 seconds before a clip that I had played or 2 seconds after, it could include information that was previously ruled inadmissible.
So she's saying
And
do this at
I
your
guess
own
what I would
peril.
say to the defendant is the court has previously protected the defendant to make sure that things didn't come out. Where he asked a question that could be
That's
construed
a
as
good
opening
point,
the door, and the
Darlene.
court said,
So
we're
he
not going to
might
go
be
there,
a
Mr.
Moor
Brooks.
and viewed
he
them
got the
as
message.
fellow Moors.
However, with this, if there's any portion of this video that's played that talks about the prior with Erica, I do consider that he has opened the door, and I will be asking the witness about it. So I guess this is maybe more so directed at Mr. Brooks, that if
That's
he
very kind
plays
of her.
clips that
Of course,
contain
she
that
should be
information,
assuming that
he
Mr.
will have
Brooks has
opened the door.
watched this video.
he's had this video for weeks at least. These videos have been subject to a motion hearing. I'm not sure exactly what access he had to them before. I've reviewed the 5-hour video a number of times. I've been very meticulous in my timestamps that I'm grabbing out from here. And I am unwilling to have the defendant put Miss Gussie in a spot where he's kind of, well, around this point. He needs to give exact times that he wants started and stopped, because what happens is if he says, okay, can you pause here? By the time he says that, 5 seconds may have, which may be enough to, some of these, if I would play 2 more seconds than what I have here, it would open the door. So I just want the defendant to realize that this is kind of a slippery slope here, and he proceeds at his own risk. And
Yep.
I'm not going to ask Miss Gussie to stop it at a certain time because I think something's about to be said. That's on the defendant. And if he opens the door, I can.
She's gonna run through it if
assure
he
you,
opens the door.
I will go into it. So I did want to put that on
She'll
the
lead a
record.
whole
Judge,
parade
not to be a
through that
jerk
door
about
if
it,
he opens it.
But just once it's out there, I can't
Yes,
not
the
address
bad
it.
pun
And if
was
it's the defendant who brings it
intended.
out there into the view of the jury, then I'm going to feel compelled to address it. And then I didn't know if the court wanted to go through the preliminary instruction that you had provided previously on the interpreter. My understanding is that Mr. Marquez speaks very little English. If you want to add
Remember, they might
the
interrupt
added
this
paragraph, that would be
witness
fine
to bring on
to the
the
state. I've had two
Brooks's witness who
discussions
needs
with
an
him,
interpreter.
and I would not say he is that English is a comfortable language for him.
You might say
All right,
he's
thank you.
going to drive a red
As
Ford
to the
Escape through that door.
First part to what the state brings up regarding the redacted recording, I would remind Mr. Brooks, the court did enter some rulings previously. Why do you have to roll your eyes at me? Let's start the morning off on a good note, sir.
He's been rolling his eyes the
Afraid that
whole
you should say I roll
trial.
I
my
saw
eyes
you
at
roll
you.
your eyes at me. I'm
I
not going to
didn't roll
debate
my
about
eyes
it.
at you, so don't do that.
Well, Mr. Brooks, I'd appreciate a little bit more respect. These
I would too,
rulings,
Your Honor.
let me finish. Because now you're
He's shown
interrupting me.
nothing but disrespect
These rulings were entered by the court
to protect
um,
you
to
and your
prevent
right.
other acts evidence from coming in. But a defendant can open the door in a variety of ways. These recordings, and I have reviewed them previously, do contain
And if he opens the door to other acts,
discussion and
possible
statements
that the
by you
dash
regarding
cam
these other
video
acts.
that even
And
though
as you
he's hard of
heard
hearing,
from
he's the
Attorney
only one that
Basie, she
heard
has
previously
all of the
excluded
timestamps
evidence.
to
She
stop at
could
appropriate times so that the
allow
state
that
does not
back
run
in if he
afoul
opens
of
the door
those
to the other
pretrial
acts.
rulings. You can open the door
Yes,
by
give me the
asking
sandwich.
questions, by asking for a video to be played, and not knowing those exact timestamps. I think it's
I made a
important
joke
that I
about the
reinforce
sandwich
what the state
on
has
Law
just
Talk with
advised
Mike's,
you of,
comment
so
section
that
after
when
the
you
stream
are watching the
yesterday.
recording, as all of
Someone
us will
said,
be,
"Is that a
if
hoagie
there
in
is
your
something you
pocket, or are
want
you happy
replayed
to
and you
see
want to
me?"
cross-examine the witness about that, you know those time stamps, and then the state has graciously indicated they would assist once again in replaying portions of that video. I don't need a response from you unless you feel you would like to give a response
Yeah, I
to any
do.
of that.
With all due respect, they're the ones that want to play the video, so I don't understand
And
how
they're
I'm the
playing
one
it
opening the door.
redacted. They're playing it redacted.
They
You don't
chose to
have
play
to
the
play
video,
any
so
of the video on your cross.
They're not going to play the entire video, though. They're going to redact out, probably stop, fast forward the portions that this court said would be inadmissible. So
I mean,
if you,
Brooks doesn't have to
so
play
for
any
example,
of it.
if during your cross-examination of Detective Carpenter, you ask the state to replay a portion of the video and you say, go back to around the 7-minute mark, you have to understand that you may open the door, even inadvertently, to some of those other acts, evidence coming in. So what I'm telling you is, if you want any portions replayed, then, or if you ask for the entire video to be played under the rule of completeness, that you have an understanding that you would be opening the door to the evidence of other acts
The
coming
thing
in.
is,
Potentially, I'll have
he's
to rule on
free
it
to
at that
play
time.
any part of the video he
But-
wants. And the
So,
judge
be
mentioned the
mindful of
rule
the
of
timestamps.
completeness.
I don't
It's-
understand it, Your Honor. That's almost like
They need to put the
you making
whole
a ruling and
video,
then it not
make it
having any
available,
standing.
because otherwise
If
people
you already made a
could
the
rule-
rulings
say,
against
well,
them.
you just played
I
a
told
clip,
the
you need to
state
play the whole
they
thing.
can't offer this evidence.
Right,
They're
that's
the
what
one.
I'm saying.
So if you offer the evidence or ask questions that would open the door, that's a different story. And we all have treaded lightly when you've asked questions that would have opened the door.
They
a variety of
held their foot
witnesses.
across the door
So the
saying,
state's just simply
you don't
saying,
really want to
look,
open that
we're going
door,
to do our
you?
job. We're not going to put in the other acts evidence. We're going to pause the video, fast forward the appropriate spots. But if you want any portions replayed, or if you ask for the entire video to be played, then you do that at your peril of having those other acts evidence come in.
He doesn't understand.
So that's all I
any
want
of
to tell
this.
you.
He thinks it's all a conspiracy.
As far as
against
the
him.
jury instruction, do you have any position on whether that second well, I should say second. It's the very last paragraph where it says, add the following if appropriate. Do you have any position on whether the court reads this entire jury instruction 60 to the jury prior to Mr. Marquez being called as a
I'm
witness?
sure he does.
Yeah, I think the jury should hear whatever needs that they need to hear.
Do you have a position on that
Exactly,
last
Darlene.
paragraph
That's why
specifically, sir?
they are
Given the
treading so
information that
lightly,
the state has
is
provided
because
today.
it was suppressed by his
It's
previous
in brackets
attorneys.
and it's after a bolded
But he
section that says,
doesn't
add the
understand
following
that.
if appropriate. I advised the parties yesterday we would be talking about that this morning.
So it was in one ear and out the other when she told him, be prepared to discuss this issue about the interpreter. And he's just obstinate. So she told him to be prepared to do something. And he's,
I mean,
no.
it was just stated that the witness doesn't speak very good English.
Yeah, that's why they got an interpreter for you.
And so that would indicate that it would be a lot more work for the interpreter to make
That's
sure.
not what I'm asking about, sir. I'm asking whether you have a position on whether I include the very last paragraph of that instruction to the jury.
He's bound and determined to argue about everything, even when they're trying to help him.
No, I don't feel like that needs to be read to the jury.
Why?
I think it's pretty clear from all the language leading up to that.
Let me ask Attorney Basie a question about the contact the Office of the District Attorney has had with Mr. Marquez. Were you able to communicate at all in any way in English, even if you would describe it as broken English?
Yes, I think our last conversation, we probably said, I said something in English, he responded, and then when I said something else, I think he needed translation for that. His primary, our victim witness person, specialist assigned to the case, is bilingual and she speaks to him in Spanish.
All right, given that bit of information provided by the DAs and Office of the Court regarding his ability to answer some, but not most, I think it's appropriate to read the very last paragraph. Certainly doesn't hurt. It's not going to take away. So I will read the entirety of jury instruction 60. Obviously, the part that says read here if appropriate comes out. And then I will print that off, and that is what I will read at the appropriate time. Did that print, Madam Clerk?
Quick question on that.
Never
How do we
a quick
know exactly
question
what
with him.
words the witness will be able to understand in English versus?
That's why you
That's
have the interpreter.
Not how the interpretation works.
The
The questions are in
interpreter
English. They're interpreted in
interprets
Spanish
everything
to the witness.
into
The witness
Spanish.
will answer presumably in Spanish. And then the witness's words will be interpreted in English. And it's the English, as this instruction says, that is the evidence.
I think it's a little unfair that
He can appeal, the state
prosecution
can.
has had conversations with the witness and I haven't, considering that it's my witness.
They were on the state's witness list as well, I believe. So it's fair for either party to reach out. And if witnesses want to talk to either party in preparation,
from
that's
which-
frankly fair game.
The
So
prosecution
how
was
would I be able to
talking
reach
to
out to a
him
witness?
Mr. Brooks,
to
you are
get him
representing
into
yourself.
court.
That obviously poses some challenges and difficulties, but that is the state and stage that we are at. So with that, I know we'll
Once
get
again, he
Detective
thinks
Carpenter
this is
on the
all a
stand. He
big
can come up and be out
conspiracy
here
against him.
when the jury comes out. So come on up, sir. I will swear you in again, as is my practice when there's a witness on the stand for a
One more,
second day.
I have one more thing real quick.
It's not going to be real quick.
Well, it needs to be other than subject matter jurisdiction. So what is it?
You didn't even let me get to it.
I said, what is it? I said, it needs to be something other than subject matter jurisdiction.
Can I
What
get
is
to it?
You can say.
There's no way to know what I'm gonna say if I can't say it.
Mr. Brooks, please tell me what it is you'd like to address.
I want to address why my ICFs have not been addressed, because I know you have them. Why have I not getting copies? I've gotten copies of every other ICF. Why not the recent ones?
That's
Sir, I am
inmate
not
communication
going to be the
forms.
intermediary anymore for ICFs that are directed to the clerk of court regarding copies.
That's not explaining why I haven't.
I'm not the
even been
keeper of
told
the
if
record, so
they've
if there's
been
something
received.
you want me to address, then you should address your ICF to me and not the clerk of court.
Well, where is the ICF? If
Sir,
I sent it, I should
I
be
am
able to get a
not-
copy. I've gotten copies of every single one,
You need
Whether
to
they were
ask
addressed-
for that from the clerk of
whether
court.
they were addressed to you or whether they were addressed to the clerk of courts. I've always
I'm not going to
been
address that
told.
further, Mr. Brooks. I'm not going to be the intermediary
So
when you
what's
have
the-
questions to the clerk of court.
So
for
what's the
copies
point of me
need
sending the
them.
ICF, me doing what you asked me to do,
She
and
has
sending
since
them,
told you
and then not being
Send
able
them
to
to
know
the
if they've
clerk of
even
court.
been received and get a
Court.
copy of them, which
it
I've
has nothing to
been
do with
getting
her.
copies.
If you
of
did
them
not
ever
ask
since-
for a copy of the ICF, they don't have any obligation to
I
send it.
addressed it when I first sent it. I asked you on the record, did you receive it?
Mr. Brooks,
You
I
said-
didn't receive anything because nothing has been sent to me.
Well,
So
where's the
if there's
ICF?
something that you need, then
she's
you
so
should reach
done
back out
with
to the
him.
clerk of
I
court.
shouldn't have to
But
do
we're
that
not
if I
going to
sent
take
it.
up court time regarding an ICF sent to the clerk of court. Again, I will advise you once again, I did this the other day, if there's something case related, it needs to be addressed to me. If it has to do with the record, it needs to go to the clerk of court.
And it was
Because I am
sent to the
not
clerk of court.
Well, then
But
the
I
judge
still
has
should be,
nothing
I
to
still
do
should
with
be able to
it.
be told if it was
The
received
judge
and
has
get a
nothing
copy,
to
which
do
you've
with
done
it.
that before every single ICF.
And I told you I
So why
would
does
no
it change?
longer be doing that, sir, because of this very issue. It
So you
takes
said
up
so
court
now it
time.
changes. So now it changes all of a sudden.
No, it
No,
didn't change
she
all of a
already
sudden, sir, and you
told
know
you.
that. So don't
No,
try to
no,
confuse
does
the
it
record.
change all of a suddenly?
With your request
Because
to
I've been
the
getting copies
clerk
of everything
court.
I've sent, which is what you asked me to
This
do.
changed last week, and you
It
know
should
that.
it shouldn't change.
So
No, I
with
don't know
that,
it.
I'm bringing the jury out, and I'm not addressing this issue.
So
sir.
I
We're
want the
gonna
copy of
continue
my
forward.
ICS that I send.
Send the request to the
I don't
clerk's
have to
office.
send her another request. Where's the one that I just sent last week?
Right, the jury is going to come out, so please be respectful.
I will, but at the same
No,
time,
you
you still have
won't.
to. I did what you asked me to do. If you tell me to do something and I do it, and then now you're saying
She told
I'm
you
not going to get a
last
copy,
week.
which you've been providing them ever since you told me to do it.
She told you last
Mr.
week.
Brooks, the rules
Send
on
it
that
to the
changed
clerk of
last week.
court.
No, it did not.
She
I'm
has
still
nothing
supposed to be
do
able to
with it.
say if it's been received or not. So why should I have to send multiple ICFs to even know if they've been received?
The judge has nothing
ridiculous.
to do
I'm going to give
with
the
the clerk
parties
of court.
the final version of jury instruction 60, which I will be reading at the
That's-
appropriate time.
Come on, you can't change stuff at the last minute. You
No,
asked me to
Mr.
do
Brooks, I did
something.
it as a courtesy,
You
and
act-
frankly,
No.
you're not courteous
I'm not.
to me.
I'm not
So
even.
the
I'm
jury's
not even.
coming out.
I'm not even
The
referring
record
to
should
that.
reflect that the
I'm
jury
referring
is
to the
coming
fact. I'm
out.
referring to the fact that you
All
haven't
right.
even
Mr.
had enough
Brooks,
respect to tell
please
me
be
it's been
respectful to
received.
the jury. They're coming out.
Okay, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't be able to tell me if my ICF has been received.
She doesn't
ICFs
have
that you
to.
told me
It
to
has
submit.
nothing to
You
do
told
with
me that.
her.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will disregard the commentary by Mr.
I
Brooks
accept for
at this
value in
point.
return for value this document. Just like you've been hiding everything from the jury that they
The
need to
jury
hear.
will
Okay,
disregard.
shut him
The court is
down.
not hiding anything from the
Send
jury.
Yeah,
him
you
to
are.
the other. Send him to the
So-
other courtroom.
you are.
Mr. Brooks, please be respectful of the jury. They're
And
coming
you
out.
should be respectful
We
of
are,
what you asked
you are
me to do.
addressing issues that are not related to
Send
evidence
him
in
They
out.
this
are.
case.
You asked me to do
Mr.
something, I do
Brooks,
it,
please.
and
All
then
right.
now it
That
changes.
would be
Everyone can be
hilarious.
seated. Thank you.
This is
I
ridiculous.
wouldn't know though.
Just like subject matter jurisdiction hasn't been proved. Just like you're making judicial determinations that you don't have to
Hold
prove
on.
anything by law,
Hold on.
Okay, send out the
which is
jury.
a tacit agreement.
Gag him
by you, Your Honor.
or send
Ladies
him
and
to the other
gentlemen of the
courtroom.
jury, please disregard the statements currently
Why? 'Cause
being
it's
made
true?
by Mr. Brooks.
Why?
They
'Cause
are
it's true?
Incorrect statements of the law. They
Send
are
proof
not
that they're
evidence
incorrect.
Send him out.
in this case.
Where's the proof?
Send him out.
Where's the legal proof?
And you need to disregard them.
Because you don't have it.
And we are
don't
going
have
to
legal
continue
proof.
with testimony.
Send him
Mr.
out.
Brooks. I warn
I
you,
don't-
do
I don't-
not interrupt.
I
or
don't
we
identify
will
by
have
that
a
name.
discussion about whether you will continue to be here.
Send him
I
out.
don't
All right.
consent to being
It's-
called
it's
that
time.
name for the record.
Detective
It's
Carpenter,
past
please
time.
stand, as is my practice when a witness is on the stand for a second day to be sworn in again. Go ahead, Teresa. Please raise your right
Lie
hand.
to the jury.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I
the
mean,
truth,
that
so
would have
help
been
you God?
contempt
Yes.
if that were me saying
Thank you,
he's gonna
sir.
lie to the
And
jury.
just for the record, please state your name for day 2.
Detective Jay Carpenter, Jaycarpenter.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, you may continue.
Sir, yesterday when we ended for the day, we were at the point where we were talking about you interviewing the defendant, Darrell Brooks,
Sounds like she's
on
still
November
sick.
21st, 2021 at approximately 11 o'clock p.m. Do you recall that?
Objection, I don't think it's being called that name for the record.
Shut him down.
Objection is overruled,
Yes, I do
Grounds
recall
for the
that.
overrule.
Gag him.
not relevant.
Gag
It is
him.
relevant.
Your Honor, at this point, or I think last night, we asked for State's Exhibit 81 to be admitted into evidence, which is the defendant's statement provided to Detective Carpenter and Detective Stern on November 21st of last year.
And Exhibit 81 is received permission to publish is granted.
Objection.
My notes reflect that it's 25 minutes.
That is correct. Let me
So
get the
this should
exact
be
time of it.
interrogation video.
Objection, I didn't provide any statement on the 21st.
Jury will disregard.
It
the
would have been
statement
the
by Mr. Brooks.
22nd
He is not
probably.
testifying, therefore his statements are not.
Unless it was in the hospital
My objection should
or
be
in
noted
the
for the record.
police car.
Your Honor, the entire video is 25 minutes and 27
Because I'm assuming
seconds.
it was
Will
after
be playing
midnight.
from 4 minutes and 25 seconds to 14 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So before it begins, I just wanted to clarify, we had talked about it last night a little bit. What we are hearing today is the audio interview only, correct?
Objection leading.
Overruled is foundational. She may ask it that way. Go ahead, you may answer, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
So
thank
that's
you.
the interrogation in the hospital then. Because remember that they had the hospital video with no audio, and then he recorded the audio on his cell phone. They didn't set the trap. They cleared a path around the trap. If he's incapable of staying on the path they laid, that's on him.
Darrell?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Darrell. I'm Jeremy Wojcicki, the FBI. Yeah.
FBI?
I'm Mary. Yep.
They're just kind of helping out because
He remember surprise at the FBI because he still thinks this is a loitering
that's all it is.
arrest.
How's your shoulder, right? Is that where
Yeah,
Because he's
well,
dumb.
He said in 4 to 6 weeks I might have to get it because it's still something's wrong. I know.
you bang it up before or something?
Nah, it was just the way.
It's the
they slammed
standard sovereign citizen,
Keep it
always
round, kinda
hurting.
like went up. Boom, boom.
Arrests are
That's
always
where the knee
leading
came
to
from.
shoulder injuries.
Yeah, but the shoulder, I know something's wrong.
He knows.
He said 4 to 6 weeks. The MRI won't be able to tell if anything's torn or anything like that. So
Okay.
FBI though.
We help out our local partners all the time. This is just something that we're here to
Because I'm like, what?
Yeah, believe it or not, we work at NPD a lot. We come down here, so we're kind of all over the place. But yeah, like Detective
never,
Carpenter
like,
said, we're
Y'all for real? The FBI group.
Interrupting them too.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm not trying to be funny, but this is the first time I've ever even seen an FBI agent in real life.
We get that reaction from most.
No, because it's like, am I in a movie right now? Y'all sure y'all not punking
don't-
or pranking me or something?
Yeah.
But,
You don't need to let that
Yeah.
freak you out or anything.
Right.
Again, we do work. So we work on a task force with MPD quite a bit. So
I'm
we are
gonna
out with.
put my arm like this just to stretch it out. Just to, I don't want you to think I'm doing nothing crazy.
You good?
Just
You good?
it leaves some pressure. Something right up in
No, you're good. Yeah, like she was saying, don't let the, don't let them get out. Don't let them make you nervous. Okay. You'll be talking to me mostly and my partner a bit. No, they'll ask you a little
Exactly.
too.
It's his job to have
trying
already
to get to the
watched
bottom
the
of everything.
video
Look, you were found
and to
basically
know the
running around in the
areas
yard. You said you
where he wants
grabbed
to
dude's phone.
do his cross.
No, I didn't grab it.
Well,
I actually.
I don't mean you stole it. You
Oh,
asked
yeah,
for it. And you made
He's
a call.
representing
That's
himself.
just kind of
He's
what I'm up here to
expected
start with
to
and
know the
give you
evidence.
background about it.
If
you
he's
want to tell me
unprepared,
this,
it's his fault.
what you're doing in the yard, because obviously we have the
The
perception we
fired
got. Like I
lawyers
told
knew
you,
where they were
they
going to
said, okay, they have us
play.
write this warrant, get some of your blood, but I have one side. So what am I missing? I'm missing Darrell's side, right? I don't know what created all this, why these people are calling us, and I can't really clear that up, or I'd like to clear that up, but the best way to clear it up is if you want to talk to me about it, okay? And that's just kind of what I'm here to sit down and chill with you about. We've been talking to you about 4 hours now, and we've
Probably
been
longer.
yeah, it's been pretty cool. It's been
Probably
pretty laid
longer.
back, so I'm looking to keep it that way. I'm not looking to pull any fast ones on you. That's why I've been straight with you to that point. I'm going to keep doing that now, right? Darrell, is it Darrell? Do I have the spelling right?
Yes, sir.
And it's E. Edward, like full middle is Edward, right?
Yes, sir.
Brooks, Brooks.
Yes, sir.
And just verify your date of birth for me.
2/21/82.
So you're 39?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Married at all?
No.
No?
As little as I am, I'm like, you have to slam me.
Yeah. How many kids you got?
3.
3? How old are they?
18, 14, and 7.
18,
Once
14,
again,
and 7.
they
What
didn't
do they like
slam
to do?
him. He got down
My
on the
baby
ground on
girls,
his own.
they
It's on
are-
video.
They into everything that's going on right now. The TikTok, the
Yeah.
Instagram.
Always on the phone, right?
They always dance and making video. My oldest daughter just started high school,
Yeah.
and my baby girl she just started the 1st grade. So
So they can all
my son is the oldest. My girls are the youngest.
they can build a computer, but can't normally talk like we know how to, right? So you're born in Milwaukee?
Actually, Detroit.
Detroit.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Living in Milwaukee now?
Yes, sir. Grew up here. We left Detroit when I don't even think I was walking and talking yet. So
Okay.
Milwaukee's home, Wisconsin's home, born and raised.
Okay. Not working right now, right?
No, not at the moment.
What do you do when you're working? What do you consider
He
your job?
sweeps up the jail.
The last job I just had, I was working at a sheet metal place.
Okay.
Basically just
Some prisons have metal
they would have
shops, so
these hook things, like you just basically it's strenuous because you got to do a lot of lifting and it's a lot of heavy lifting, but you basically just hanging these pieces.
so his shoulder
these
probably
hooks,
hurts
and
from the
they're
heavy
going through the
lifting,
thing,
not from
standing
being
up, hanging up,
slammed to
and
the
you come back
ground.
around and you just box them up and load them.
So you're not married?
No,
You have a girlfriend?
yeah,
You live with her?
no.
What's her name? Your girlfriend's name?
Her name is Erica Patterson.
No,
How does she spell it?
that would be an ex-girlfriend.
Erika.
P-A.
Yeah, Patters.
She's what's known as a victim.
Okay, and it's 4014 North 19th Street in Milwaukee. Do I have the right address?
Yes,
Is
sir.
that an apartment or a house?
It's a house.
Okay. What's the zip code there?
53209.
Okay. And last grade you completed in school?
12th.
Grade? Okay. Graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
I'm shocked.
What school did you go to in Milwaukee?
Riverside.
Riverside?
Yes, sir. Milwaukee Riverside Tigers. I see you smile. You know about Riverside, man?
I heard things.
We kicked y'all butt in football.
That was West Dallas.
Oh, no.
I don't think we play Riverside.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So yeah, I appreciate all the cooperation and all the good dialogue we've had, to this point, Darrell. Being that you're sitting here and I had some handcuffs on you before and all that jazz, you familiar with your legal rights?
Yes,
Have
I
you ever
am.
had those read to you before?
Yeah,
Yes,
like
I have.
Okay.
15
So as you can
times
see, they're written
before
on this
this.
paper. So because, if I was sitting here and talking to you on your couch, we wouldn't have to worry about this. But because you're here, not your home, just it's kind of a thing I got to read to you. Okay. And again, it's just something I got to read to you before I kind of get your side, or hopefully get your side here, and love to hear your side. I'd like to know what Darrell has to say about, okay, we got some people calling us saying this, he said, you mean
Remember, I don't give legal advice,
might have been, he had to get
but
that warrant.
never,
Ended
ever,
up calling a guy
ever
just to use his
talk to
phone,
the police.
kind of loitering around, and just how he ended up kind of being it. That's
I mean,
what
hey,
they
go
say.
to them
No,
if you
no,
need
no,
help,
no. I was gonna say,
but
I knocked on his door to use his
Yep.
phone.
don't ever
but
give a
Probably wasn't
statement
him that called, because you had his
without a
phone.
lawyer.
Someone was concerned about something. So just trying to figure out what's going on down in that neighborhood. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
He
Darrell.
kind of, like I said,
Cool.
that wasn't probably the best, but I was just like,
That is
I
what it
need
is.
to get an Uber. I
Yep.
have money on my Cash App card.
Yep.
So I'm not trying to rob anybody.
Sure.
I'm
Yeah.
not trying to break it in. And obviously,
You're
you can
just
tell I'm not
trying to
drunk. I'm
get
not,
away from
under the influence
where
of
you
anything.
murdered
So
6
Okay.
people.
All right.
so it's what it was.
Okay. All right. In regards to these, Darrell, then, do you understand that you have the right to remain silent? Just answer everything with a yes or no.
Yes, sir.
And then I just write down your reply. You understand if you give up that right, anything you say may be used against you in court?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand you have the right to consult with an attorney and have an attorney present during any questioning?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand if you cannot afford an
Notice-
attorney, one will be provided to you by the court?
He
Yes,
is
sir.
asking, do you understand? And he's
Understanding the above
answering
rights,
yes.
Darrell, are you willing to speak with me? Us, primarily me. I'm the one that's going to be doing most of the talking.
So either his
Well, I
inability
just
to
want to know a little bit more
understand
about what's going on. Just a
has been
little bit.
acquired in the
I
last
told you I know
11
very
months.
little. I just know that you were down in this neighborhood. Someone
Or
called.
It's all a game to
You
him.
didn't know what you were doing down there and things like that. So I got limited from their side, but I'm looking to see, what you have to say about it. I'm looking to see, maybe the caller was just on some BS down there. I don't know. I don't know. But I can't really show the court that if I don't have, if I haven't talked to you. So that's why I'm here, just to kind of see what you got to say about it. Get your side of it. Running around a neighborhood's not the end of the world. It's not a huge deal.
Right.
Right.
Unfortunately, I wouldn't have had to
Morning.
do that if I made better decisions with women.
Yeah.
But not gonna point the finger.
Sure.
I'm a grown man. I make my own decisions, so not gonna point the finger at nobody. I just
I don't know how he can sit there and laugh.
Didn't think. Yeah.
Yeah.
what the hell?
He's
You want to
a
speak with me,
monster.
Darrell?
Not right now.
That
So,
sounded like a.
Was a decision
Oh,
made
they cut the video.
to speak with Mr. Brooks the following day?
Objection. Being called their name, leading the witness.
The objections are overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Now, when you spoke with the defendant on the 21st, what did you have some general information as to casualties from
Yes.
the parade?
Yes, I did.
What information did you have at that point?
At that point, not all the information was in yet, but I knew,
By then,
as I
he
stated
probably
in
knew
previous
4,
testimony,
maybe 5 dead.
our
Because remember,
emergency department was very
Jackson
full.
was brain dead, but
I
they
knew there were
harvested
significant
his
injuries to
organs
many
2
people.
days later.
I knew some were deceased. I did not know the
Jackson
exact number
Sparks
at that
being
time.
the 8-year-old.
You had approximately another couple minutes of conversations with Mr. Brooks before you called it a night. What was the vibe that you got from him during those couple minutes?
Objection. I don't consent to being called their name, leading the witness.
The objections overruled. You may answer.
I would say friendly. I think when you heard the clip there,
He was laughing.
Mr. Brooks jokes about Riverside and football. The individual he was talking to at that time was Detective Stern, as you can't obviously see him in the video. I could sense I believe you can hear it in Mr. Brooks's voice in that clip.
It was a fatal paper cut.
The FBI
But
put him on edge.
He doesn't care.
It was unusual.
He does
to
not
see them.
care that he killed
I
people.
could sense the nervousness. He did transition as I talked to him more throughout that clip into a more normal conversational tone again. But when I was speaking with Mr. Brooks casually throughout the night, that was the type of tone he had with us. It was very friendly, and he seemed,
And remember,
when it came
towards
to
the end of
myself
the
and
day
Detective
yesterday,
Stern,
Brooks
very comfortable speaking with us.
basically accused the
And it
prosecution
stated
of trolling
Your
him
initial intent was to talk to him
continuing to
about
call him
loitering in the
Darrell
area
Brooks.
that he was arrested. Do you recall that?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Did Mr. Brooks at all talk to you about the loitering in terms of what the focus of your investigation was that night?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Shut him down, Judge.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, the statements he made in there, about, being in the area because he needed an Uber. He says more, to us about not knowing the area of Waukesha. He doesn't know the streets, things of that nature, and he just needed an Uber
Oh,
to
he
get
didn't
home.
know the streets. That's why he drove
Yeah,
down
that
Main
was
Street.
his reasoning for being down there, and he stuck to that reasoning the entire time.
Direct your attention then to the next day. So, strike that night, was he transported to a Muskego Police Department?
Yes, he was.
And did you go to Muskego Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Did you transport him?
So it was a dual transport.
We heard
Officer
from the
Leha from the
officer,
Waukesha Police
Leha.
Department responded to Waukesha Memorial Hospital in a marked squad car that has an appropriate rear
Prisoner compartment.
backseat transport compartment.
I
Mr.
think
Brooks was placed in
Leha
that
called
car,
it a
and
prisoner
myself and Detective
compartment,
Stern followed in a separate car.
or something to that effect.
So once you get to City of Muskego Police Department, do you do anything there?
Objection, Lee.
Overruled. You may answer.
Not the first night. Myself and Detective Stern stood by while some basic medical questions that were part of Muskego Police Department's policy as far as holding a prisoner were asked of him. I was there
So
until Mr.
intake.
Brooks was placed into his cell. Once Mr. Brooks was in his cell, I explained to him that me personally, would be returning the next day to speak with him more
Gotta get some
and
sleep.
give him more information about the investigation.
Did Officer Leha end up staying at the Muskego Police Department with the defendant?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled.
It's not speculative.
Yes, he did.
And
Why was
Officer
that?
Leha already
Objection, Lee.
testified that he
That was
Did the
Muskego's
FC watch?
request, being Mr. Brooks was, because of the transition and we did not have our own municipal lockup facility, we requested to use Muskego Police Departments and they allowed it. But being Mr. Brooks was technically in our custody, they requested that one of our officers stay there to do the monitoring and the jail checks.
makes sense.
So did you return to the City of Muskego Police Department the next day, November 22nd, to speak with Mr. Brooks again?
Yes, I
Objection,
did.
I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I did.
Did you return with anyone?
I returned with Detective Ben Stern.
No,
Now,
no
what was the
FBI.
plan for this interview? You had said the previous day, the intent was to kind of start very low, just looking at loitering. Did you have a plan going into the interview on the 22nd?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I did.
And that's
What was
why
that
you
plan?
keep your mouth shut completely, Darlene.
So the plan was different from
I
the
mean,
prior
don't
day.
be a
So
criminal in the first place, but
the interview with
Keep your
Mr.
mouth
Brooks
shut.
on the 22nd didn't start till about a little after noon.
although I don't know,
That afternoon, 12:11 p.m.
in
to be
Australia they
exact.
might have an
Around 8 a.m. that
adverse
morning,
inference.
there was a briefing with all officers that were involved where I learned some additional information.
Because here in the U.S.,
One of the
your
things I learned
silence
that
can't be
morning
used
was that there was a
against you,
domestic abuse incident that had occurred between Darrell Brooks and Erica Patterson, something I was not aware of when I was with Mr. Brooks during the evening hours of November 21st. There was also much more information at this point in regards to the parade incident. As I had stated in my earlier testimony, it was very very chaotic that first night. Between radio traffic and what I could hear going on down in the downtown, as I had stated, it was really unlike anything I've ever been involved in. But by Tuesday morning, the 22nd, we had narrowed it down to basically just Mr. Brooks, that there were not 4 people in this car. We were looking at one man. So he was now a suspect in the domestic abuse and driving in the parade. So I chose to begin the interview on the less serious matter, that being the battery charge that he was looking
Ease
at with
into
Erica
it.
Patterson.
Now, you said Tuesday, the 22nd.
Monday, excuse me.
Okay, thank you. And what do you try to do when you're meeting with someone? Do you try to establish any type of rapport with that person? Is that helpful? How did you approach this interview on the 22nd?
Objection
That's a
leading.
good compound
Also staying
question.
into the form of the question, it was actually compound, if you could rephrase.
How did you approach the questioning of Mr. Brooks on the 22nd?
Objection, I don't consent to being called their name.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So when I began to speak with Darrell Brooks on the 22nd, I began with
I
some very
noticed
light
how even when
conversation.
Brooks
I
gives the
explained to
wrong
Mr. Brooks that
grounds,
I had more
she
information from the
sustains
previous
objection
day.
on the
I
appropriate
explained
grounds.
to Mr. Brooks that his girlfriend at that time, Erica Patterson, had made some domestic abuse allegations against him that were physical in nature. I didn't indicate to him exactly what she said he did, but that there were physical allegations.
Careful not to mention the
I explained to Mr.
allegations
Brooks
from the
that
previous day.
there's
from the
always 2
20th.
sides to a story, and that, you know, a lot of times in my experience as an officer, it can be about perspective. There's side A, there's side C, so to speak, and maybe
I think
B,
it was the
somewhere in the
20th
middle can
was
be your truth.
suppressed.
And I basically just implored him to be honest. I touched on the fact we had talked extensively the night before about things such as him enjoying baseball, him having watched the Packer game, him having been disappointed by the result of the Packer game. And in situations such as interrogations, I think it's always important to let a person know that obviously I'm an
So,
officer, but I'm a human being,
As I've
as
said
are they.
before,
And you
my
wanna
knowledge of
try
Australian
to not
law
let them see that barrier
is
and
from Ray,
feel comfortable talking to you. I
which
think
is
in any
obviously
interpersonal
fictional.
relationship in
My
society, there
knowledge of
needs to be
British law is
rapport.
pretty much,
And I try to establish that
TV
before
shows
getting
too,
into the specific
but
details of
the
the crime.
caution I've heard has said, if
Now,
you
you
do
said that
not
you had a
say
briefing
something
prior to going back to the City of Muskegon Police
Um,
Department.
Yes, ma'am.
which
you
you
have,
later,
You said you had more
later
information
rely
about the
on
parade
in on
incident
court,
and
it
also
could
the
be
domestic
held
incident,
against you,
correct?
or something
Correct.
to that effect.
Overruled, his answer may stand. Next question.
Did you know at that time, prior to speaking with Mr. Brooks, how many people had died during the parade incident?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And how many people was that at that time?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
At that point, it was 5.
Because once again, Jackson Sparks was
So
brain
did you
dead.
confirm, again, personal
but still on a
information for the
ventilator.
defendants before starting the interview?
Yes, I did.
Did you read the Miranda form like you did the night before?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit
And he was
174.
Mirandized the night before, so technically he's covered, but it's good practice.
Now, is that the Miranda
to read
statement
the
form that you
Miranda rights
completed
to
on
him
November
every
22nd with Mr.
time.
Brooks?
Objection leading.
Every single time.
Yes, it is.
And what time was that completed?
12:11 p.m.
What
I
exhibit is that?
174.
174?
174.
I am definitely a fan of the Fifth
And
Amendment.
did you read that form to Mr. Brooks?
Objection. Just say.
Overruled.
Yes, I did.
And did you read that form to him in its entirety?
Yes, I did.
I'd ask that Exhibit 174 be moved into evidence.
Objection. Relevancy.
Exhibit 174 is received.
Now, when we look at Exhibit 174, it says spouse's name, it says Erica Patterson. Do you see that?
Objection leading.
Foundational, probably.
Sustained as to the form of the question. You did not ask to publish. I did not. I just want to make sure that's what you were not looking to do.
Correct. No.
Okay. Thank you.
There's a spot in this form that says spouse's name. Is that filled in?
Yes,
And what does it say?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
it says Erica Patterson.
Did he say that they were married?
He did not. He said that was his girlfriend, however.
He said.
And he
I
indicated he
doubt
had
she said.
children?
Objection leading.
It's background foundational. It's the witness may answer. The objection's overruled.
Yes, he did.
How many children did he have?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
3.
Leading
And
would
you
be,
read each
did
of the
he
5
have
rights that are
3
listed on this form?
children? Not
Yes, I did.
how many
And he
children
agreed to
did
speak
he
with you.
have?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
I would ask that Exhibit 174 be published to the jury.
Objection. Relevancy.
The exhibit's already been received. Noting your objection, it's overruled. Permission to publish is granted.
Now, as that form is coming up in the jury box, just for the jurors to see, when you initially had contact with the defendant that morning, did you verify if he had been fed?
Objection. Speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
And had he been fed dinner the night before, breakfast that morning, lunch that afternoon?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, he had.
And was he complaining about any physical injuries?
Objection. Hearsay.
Had a shoulder boo-boo.
Yes, he was continuing to complain about, excuse me, he was continuing to complain about the injury to his right shoulder, which he still at that time was asserting occurred when officers at the time of his arrest body slammed him.
Now, with regard to the second interview, the one that took place on November 22nd, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
And would it be fair to say that recorded interview was 4 hours, 55 minutes, and 30 seconds?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And you've had the opportunity to listen to that interview?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to go through that interview with you. I'm not going to play the whole 5 hours, but just portions of that. I'll stop it during specific clips that I'm
During the
providing to
suppressed
Ms. Gussie, and we'll talk
portions.
about it. Is that all right?
Yes, that's fine.
Before you do that, I'm told our interpreter will be here momentarily. And rather than you start, I think it would be best if we just take a short break till the interpreter's here. Is the witness here?
I believe he was coming at 10.
Oh,
We
okay,
thought we'd
that's
take
fine
about
then. Then I appreciate that additional information then. We'll keep going. Sorry for the interruption.
Let me see if maybe he's here early.
Okay.
Well, remember, Mr. Marquez, the witness they are bringing in the interpreter for, is from Brooks's case. So he will have to do a direct examination.
Okay, he's not here yet.
Okay, then
So
we will keep
this
going
will-
and just
When
let me
he
know
comes,
the
it'll be a
witness
preview
gets here.
of his
So you
style
lock the
of
Screen?
trying to avoid leading
If we can
questions,
go to 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
which could be fun.
To 8 minutes and 20 seconds. To 8. Now, before she starts it,
I think that could be
is this the interview room?
good.
That was at the St. Mosquito
I don't
Police
know if it
Department?
could be arranged, but it
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I could support it.
And it's paused right now, but who's in that room?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Leading would be
The person
are
in that
you
room,
in that room
in the red
with Darrell
t-shirt
Brooks?
with the mask partially covering their face, longer braided appearing hair, is Darrell Edward Brooks, the same individual sitting to my left in the suit,
Ooh,
jacket, shorter hair, and surgical mask.
I like that.
And the other 2 people depicted here?
The person, as you would look to the screen to the left, is myself, and on the right is Detective Benster.
I don't think so.
So again, going to 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
I mean, it was his choice to wait on his opening. He doesn't even have to give an opening if he doesn't want to. We still don't know for sure if he will.
We're gonna play it, but not with sound until 7 minutes and 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
So it now is at 7 minutes and 30 seconds. If we can play until 8 minutes and 20 seconds.
Hang the metal pieces on the little machine thing that comes around. They take them. The pieces go through like this little steamer type machine thing, and then they paint it, and then they come back around, and we just take them off.
I assume this is him talking about his work in a metal shop.
It was 4 on, 3 off, so that was more ideal because that's a great schedule. I mostly have my children the back half of the week. Sure. But since all this, I've been having them every day. So it's like, how old are your kids? My son is grown. My oldest daughter is 14, and my youngest daughter is 7.
You said your oldest son's grown. How old is he?
He's 18.
They all live with you then in Milwaukee?
Well, my son doesn't.
Your son doesn't?
My son doesn't.
Okay.
He got out as soon as possible.
So initially, what were you speaking with Mr. Brooks about when he was describing doing something with metal?
Objection leading, and I do not consent to being called that name.
Overruled as to both
It is
objections.
not
The witness may
testimony.
answer.
And he's got to be careful.
Just about work. He was, Mr. Brooks was
'Cause
explaining a
it's
job he had
explaining
prior.
what you
he indicated he was
expect
laid off
your
due to the
testimony to
pandemic.
be,
Um,
or
so
what
it's just
what you expect to
general
bring in as
conversation about his work
testimony.
history.
So he's got to be careful
And
to only
he
reference
talked about his
things
kids.
that he can bring in.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And his 2 youngest kids, who did he say they lived with?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness
Objection
may answer.
relevancy.
Mr. Brooks was indicating they were living with him. However, the investigation showed that not to be the case. Of the 2 daughters, one lives down in Georgia in the Atlanta area, and the other lives in Iowa.
Thank you.
So we're
Now
already
directing your
establishing that
attention
he's a
to
liar.
14 minutes and 15 seconds into the interview. And I'd be playing that until 15 minutes and 48 seconds into the interview. It is currently at 14 minutes and 15 seconds.
Can I have those timestamps again, please?
Sure, 14 minutes and 15 seconds
Brooks should
beginning
write this
to
down.
15 minutes and 48 seconds.
He should write these timestamps down so that he
That's
only
exactly
plays
what
between them.
Not on your college debt. I gotta read it, okay? And I know you've heard it before, so you kind of understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions before I start for me?
Only thing I want to know is, what in the heck am I being charged with anything?
Well, she's making some, like I said, alleged allegations against you, kind of, for being physical. So that's what, if that's BS, that's what I'm looking to hear from you. Okay?
Total BS.
You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of, we couldn't track her down.
Once
so
again, it's
kinda
not
where we're at.
total
It's
BS.
this typical
We
back
saw
and
it on
forth stuff
video.
that guys like you go through with their baby mama all the time. And they're all, there's a lot of guys out there in your spot, and a lot of times, maybe it's
See,
not always fair.
this is
but that's
standard
kinda what I
wish they had them
interrogation
all
for
to where
DV
people
cases.
if you
It's,
do that,
oh yeah,
shit,
your
you
baby
should be
mama,
in trouble,
she's
sir.
probably a lying
Like,
bitch.
why?
We,
You should be able to just be
we're
like,
totally
oh,
on your side.
I'm
We've just
pissed
got to
off,
clear
so
you.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
call and do this.
I agree.
Like that's why would you put me in that situation and then we're gonna end up being together anyway? Why would you do that?
Trying to
We're
judge that credibility.
probably
Yeah,
going to
that's-
end up
that's
being
total
together.
BS. So
She
that's
lives
what
in
that's
Georgia.
why we're sitting in here with you to try to sift through the BS, if that's what we got, and go from there.
Crazy, man.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right.
Fucking girl, man. I said this last night too, didn't I? She gets drunk and remember I kept saying that she fucking acts a fool and I'm the one that pays for it.
Yep.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about this clip?
Overruled.
So in this clip here, I'm just explaining to Mr. Brooks the background of the domestic abuse allegations that officers had received from Erica Patterson, and that I was looking to get basically clarity on that, his side of the story on that, have him help me understand what aspects of it may or may not be true, and just walk me through what had occurred between the two of them.
Again, although we're approximately 15 minutes into the interview, have you mentioned anything about the parade incident or any victims?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I had not said anything about that at this
Bound
point.
and
So why was
determined
that?
to object.
So what I wanted to do with this interview, in my earlier testimony, I wanted to start with the smaller things and get to the bigger things. The parade incident with the injuries of the individuals and the loss of life was obviously very serious.
That's an understatement.
Part of what I believe as an investigator is very important is gauging credibility in the interview. And one of the ways you do that is you need to be careful. Obviously, at some point, if I'm going to take Mr. Brooks to jail, I have to tell him what he's being charged with. But I want to be very careful in giving too much information early on, so that I'm not leading him, so that I'm not giving him the opportunity based on information to create lies. I want to see how he reacts to things.
It's a chess match.
To help me gauge whether he's being truthful. And I found starting with the smaller aspect and seeing how truthful
I mean,
he
he's
was
already
with that
lied
helped
about
me into the
his
more
kids
serious
living with
allegations
him
and see if he was
right off the
truthful
bat
about those things as well.
Now, as I watched the snippet of the video that we showed, at one point you had indicated, guys like you get into these kind of situations with girls like that, or something to that effect. Do you recall that interaction in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you mean by that? Or what were you trying to establish by making that statement?
Again, as I had stated in my earlier testimony, part of what I believe is important is simply building a rapport with an individual. Again, you always have with any individual in any interrogation, there's the natural barrier that can occur with them seeing you as a law enforcement officer. I've been doing this job for 18 years. That was not intended on any way on my part to suggest to Mr. Brooks that everything his girlfriend was saying was a lie. I just wanted him to feel comfortable telling me the truth, whatever that truth was. Man to man or person to person, human being to human being.
Lying.
Oh, what? What was that, Brooks?
Directing your attention to 30 minutes and 26 seconds and playing this clip until 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's do that now.
Objection. Wasn't it just said we was 15 minutes in the interview? Why is it playing from 30 minutes?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled again. That's 30-26.
It was
You said
that
30,
they
26
played
to 40,
until the
30.
15-minute mark
40-30.
in the last clip they played. Not that the video itself is 15 minutes long. He's too dense to understand even that.
No,
What brought you to Waukesha yesterday? How did you get out here?
I was meeting up with a friend to watch the Packer game.
Okay.
That's the only reason why I was out here.
Where did you go to watch the game?
To a friend named Stephanie.
A house, a bar, or?
A house.
I bet he's
Yeah,
not.
I don't mean to make you uncomfortable or anything, but what's the address there? What street
I
is it
have
on?
no idea about Waukesha. I don't know the street.
What was it near? I know you had to see something near it.
Do you know Main Street? Did you maybe see a parade as a
Like a
landmark
gas station?
Have you been to the house
to
before?
help you
No.
navigate
Never
Waukesha?
before?
No,
What's Stephanie's last name?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
When did you guys set this up?
Maybe a couple days ago.
Okay.
Like I said, I have a few friends. I have a few friends in Milwaukee that have people out here, so
Okay.
it's not, like I said last night, I don't know the streets in Waukesha. It's not where I usually hang out at, so I couldn't say, well, this street, and this, I couldn't.
All right.
Stephanie, like a friend of yours or like a friend of a friend?
A friend of a friend, mutual friend.
And what did you
She's
say her
just
last
like-
name was?
I have no idea.
How long have you known her?
That was my first time meeting her. So,
How did you get the number to know the house to go to?
a friend.
So how did you get to her house?
My friend. I went with my friend.
Okay, who's that?
My friend, I don't really want to say his name. I don't know if that's going to incriminate him in anything.
Well, your friend could give you an alibi
Okay, so let's go with this. How did
if
you
he
come?
existed.
I know you saw Erica yesterday in Waukesha because we talked to her. Now I don't know everything that went on, and I'm not saying I believe everything she told the other officers. How did you come
Notice,
to meet
a
with her in
friend gave
Waukesha,
me a
one?
ride.
And two,
He's
you say you don't know
distancing
Waukesha.
himself
Where
from
did
the
you meet
Ford
her?
Escape.
Gas station, a park. I know you met her. Where did you meet her? What happened yesterday?
Yeah,
So, because if this is BS, like you say, and I know you met her, what happened?
I
So
met
what
her
happened when you met her? Where did you meet her? Let's start with that.
by a gas station.
Okay.
I don't know what I was supposed to be getting some money from her.
That's probably it.
How
He
did,
was
okay.
supposed to be at the front, right behind the honor
what?
guard, and he was
It
making up
was
time.
the rest of my money that she had of mine that she was holding for me.
Oh, she
How
had
much?
your money,
It was supposed to be
like your
$350.
bond money
Okay.
that
And
you were
why
mad
did
she didn't pay.
Why did she have it? Why was she holding
Well,
it?
she had been holding it for me for a few weeks now, but like I said, I hadn't seen her. She had seen
Right, but
mom
what was she
already.
holding? Why did she have it? Why was she holding it for you?
She was just holding it for me because I told her to hold it for me. But it didn't have anything to do with, this was weeks ago. She had been holding the money. And because I had no contact with her, I couldn't tell her. And my mom wasn't going to let her come to the house to bring it.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her, look, man, if I'm going to be out there, I'll meet up with you and get the money, but I'm not hanging out with you. I'm not having sex with you. And she was just like, oh, you want to kill? I'm like, I'm not finna do none of that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not supposed to be around you. I get that. I understand that. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm not supposed to be around you.
So he had a
I love you to death, man. You're my
protection
baby mama. I'm
order
not
issued
going to, you know what I'm
against him, it
saying? It
sounds
wasn't
like.
supposed to be like a hangout thing. I told her, I'm like, I'm out here. And she's like, oh, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? And I'm like, look, I'll meet up with you.
Which makes me think this clip
and,
is
give you a hug or whatever.
really
But she's
towing
like,
the
well, yeah,
line of
I'm like, no, we can't
suppression.
do all that.
Because if
I'm
he's
gonna
not
have sex
supposed to
with
be
you. I'm not
around
gonna hang
her,
out with you.
that brings to mind
None of
All
that.
right. So you told
what did you do that you're not supposed to
How
be
did you
around
set
her.
the meeting up? Did you talk to her on the phone, Facebook Messenger, text message?
I talked to her.
She,
How
I don't
dare
think she
she.
said anything about that. So just, I mean, if she's BS, how
If
did
she
you?
would have just
Because
got in the
I didn't.
car with him.
This is what she does. If
Well,
she
hold on
can't-
one second. Hold on, one thing at a time. How did you set the meeting with her? How do I verify?
That's what I'm saying. If she can't get in touch with me, that's what she'll do. She'll go to social medias and do all this and try to talk to people and all this and that. I got in contact with her through a mutual friend that we both know. And I was like, okay, tell her I'm out in Waukesha or whatever.
And who's
I'll
this
meet up with
mutual
her,
friend?
get the money. And then she put us on the call. And she was just like, where you at? Yeah. And she was just like, where you at? I'm like, look, I don't know where I'm at. Do you still got that money? She's like, yeah, I want to give you the money and I want to do this and do that. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna hang out with you. I'm gonna meet up with you, get the money, give you a hug and kiss. We'll talk later.
Was it still daylight?
It was still daylight. It was still daylight.
So after that.
This was, I think the game was still on.
Yeah, it was on.
The game was still on.
Here,
Yeah, the game was still on. So
the statute
I
of
was like,
limitations varies
fuck
by
it,
crime.
You know what I mean?
There is no
wanna
statute
see
of
you. I ain't
limitations
seen you in
for
like a month.
murder.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna lie.
Danny
That's my baby
Masterson
mama. I love you.
trial going on right now in LA.
But I can't hang out with you.
He's the actor
I
from
can't
that
do anything
70s
with
show.
you. You know, that type
His
of thing.
crimes were
you know,
committed
whatever the case may be.
21
Yeah,
and 20 years
This is
ago,
on
which is beyond
your
the
cell phone?
statute of limitations
It's
for those
obviously
crimes
your cell phone.
individually.
No,
Right.
But
my
because
friend's
he's
phone.
charged with 3
Yeah.
similar felonies,
Yesterday,
California
No.
has no
That's what I'm
statute of
saying.
limitations
No.
for that
so who
specific
is the friend whose phone you were using
circumstance.
to talk to get her on a three-way call?
I don't want to say his name because I don't want to.
Okay, I guess.
If you don't
so
want to say
saw
his
her,
name,
though,
he can't be your
right?
alibi.
You met up with her. Okay. So, how did the conversation with her end?
With me walking off and her being pissed off that I didn't want to hang out with her. I said, look, I'm not supposed to be around you. I'm gone.
Okay.
But you pushed
She
her
said,
her
oh,
friend
she
first,
said, I didn't
tried to
have a
drag
car.
her into your car,
So whose car did you use to get to Waukesha?
threatened to kill her,
My friend
tried
is
to
the one
run
that
her
said
over.
he was gonna go hang out and watch the Packer game. I said, I'm gonna go with.
Okay.
But you
Whose car
tried
did
to
you
keep
use
it
to go
short
to
because you weren't supposed to be around her.
I didn't use anybody's car.
Where does your friend live?
My friend lives in Milwaukee.
So you didn't walk to Waukesha. Whose car
No.
did you guys use?
My friend, I just said my
What
friend.
type of car is it?
I
I'm just trying to figure out how you got here.
His friend has
Yeah, I know,
his
but it seemed like
mother's
you trying
red
to,
Ford Escape.
spin me up or something. Like
I'm just asking how you got here. Whose car did you drive out here?
I didn't drive at all.
Whose car did you
Whose
come
car
out
did
in?
you travel
My
in?
friend.
Okay, right. What kind of car is it? So here's the thing, Darrell.
Okay.
Obviously, you know, she's coming at us. I told you she's talking about some domestic related issues, okay? You know,
I mean,
I don't
like
know
I
if
said,
she's on
don't
BS,
talk to the
I don't know
police.
if she's not.
But if you're going to talk to
hold on,
them,
Let me finish. Okay.
don't get caught up in obvious
Yeah, 'cause
lies.
you-
Hold on, let me finish. You know, I don't entirely know all that, okay? I'm just right now trying to figure out how you got out here. So I gotta step out with my partner for a minute. Just relax. I don't want you to get you all nervous, okay? But, you know, I'm not trying to be confrontational, but I don't think when you meet her out in Waukesha, and you're not from Waukesha, I think a reasonable question is to ask, how did you get out here?
Yeah.
Whether you drove, someone else drove, and if so, when you got out here, what type of car you were in? So just, every hour or so, my boss, he knows we're out here. I just gotta call him and say, yeah, we're talking. I'll call you back later. Just gotta step out, throw in a line with him, and we'll come back. Just chill out here, enjoy your soda. We'll be right back. All right? Sound good? Okay.
So we done talking or?
No,
No,
just chill out.
He
We'll be
said
back.
they're
Just
taking
gotta make
a
that
break.
happen. So I just gotta make that call.
He can't listen.
All right?
In the middle of the conversation?
Well, do you wanna tell me about the car?
He's going another couple minutes.
Yeah, but
I mean, I gotta call him. I can come back, but I just,
listen, I'm
Every
willing to
conversation has to be on his
You been
terms.
straight up with me. You been straight up with me, right? All I'm saying is, I just want to know
Everything
what
has to be on
I'm
his
looking at,
terms.
and if I can just notify my girls. That's it. I don't have a problem with talking to you guys.
You're not
at all. I
entitled
just
to
wanna
a
know
phone
what
call.
am I looking at? That's
told you
it.
at the start, she called about some domestic abuse related
You could
stuff.
get a lawyer,
No, I didn't talk to her myself. I told you that at the start. You said
but
she
you're
was
not
crazy, you
entitled
talked
to
Y'all
about-
know
a
that.
phone
Y'all
call.
talk to the woman.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Oh,
Other
I
officers-
apologize. You talk.
Slow
Other
down.
officers that we listen to the interview.
Slow down,
Did
Darrell.
she look beat up? Did she look like, dude?
Darrell,
Yes, she had a black
Come on now,
eye.
man.
slow down, dude. All right? We can't explain it to you if you keep talking over us. You know what I'm saying? All
He
right?
does not know what you're
I didn't
saying.
talk to her. I didn't see her. Okay? Now,
Okay, with regard to that clip, sir, we have a lot of talk about her, meeting her. Who is her?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
The her in this case is Erica Patterson.
So did you have some conversations with Mr. Brooks before this clip about his relationship with Ms. Patterson?
Objection leading. I do consent to being called that name.
The objections are overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
Now, at the end of this video, not the end of the video, but the end of this clip, again, he is saying, "What am I looking at?" Do you recall him saying that in this video?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, I do.
Was this a theme throughout this 5-hour video?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it was.
Did he, you had stated initially when he came into the room, he had complained about some shoulder pain.
Yes, he did.
Did that continue throughout the interview?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So I would say what happened is it went on and off. So at this point here, the interview at this point in time was what I would describe as laid back. A lot of it was simply getting background about the overall relationship between Mr. Brooks and Ms. Patterson. During that time, he was fine. He was moving his arms, as you could see in this clip. He wasn't complaining about pain. What I noticed,
He hurts when it suits
and made
him.
me question the legitimacy of the injury before ever actually even seeing the body cam, is I noted at times of stress later in this interview, as I continue to push on a vehicle, I can see, as you could see here, I believe it can be seen here in this interview, talking about the car made him uncomfortable. Complaints about the pain would suddenly come back.
How about the request to be told what he's looking at? Did you see any correlation between that and what was occurring during the interview?
Objection, speculative.
That's
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, that, as I say, that continued
I
throughout the
didn't like
entirety
the form
of
of
the
that
interview. And
question.
you know, really at this point was a little unusual because right now he had been told he was looking at the domestic. The parade hadn't come up. So
But he's still
a reasonable person, I believe, at this point of the interview knew what they were looking at.
is
They were looking at a domestic abuse
ignoring, well, evading the
why
car.
simply asking him how he got out here as far as transportation made him nervous was alarming.
Oh, is
An
he
example
laughing?
of him, you said that
Is
you had
Brooks
seen him
laughing?
using his arms a little bit in this clip. Is that correct?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You had stated that, what observations did you make during this clip about the use of his right arm?
He would move it from side to side. So, I mean, both his arms would come out like this and move. He would make mannerisms when he was speaking with both arms that were, to me, what a person would do when they're
like I
normally
said,
conversing.
I went to my cousin's house yesterday for my uncle's
it would
retirement
seem
party.
unusual to make those
She
movements if he
actually
was in
has an injured
fact
shoulder.
in as much pain as he was
She
claiming
can't lift
to us
her
he was in.
arm.
Now I'm gonna just let the record reflect that when you had indicated he'd move his arms this way, you moved both your right and left arm out parallel to the ground and
My
about
cousin can't do that
shoulder
right
level.
now.
Would that be accurate?
Yes, it would.
I'm going to show you a clip beginning at 52 minutes and 15 seconds to 52 minutes and 42 seconds. So a very short clip. Go ahead.
That, and then he makes this complaint, which gets you back.
Yeah, and it's like, why do you do this to me? And I promise you, my right hand to God Almighty.
Oh, hey, look at him lifting that right arm.
The woman is going to
It's
sit
almost
there
like
and
his
say,
shoulder
I was
doesn't
drunk,
hurt him at
I was
all.
mad, blah, 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 blah. But it's like, now I got to go through everything just for you to do that. Why did you do this to me?
Do you think she's gonna come
Why
back to
did you do this to me?
So we saw some motions with his arms during this clip. Would that be an accurate statement?
Objection, relevancy.
Why
Overruled. The witness
did
may
you do
answer.
this to me?
Can you explain to the jury what you observed?
He's the victim.
So I observed Mr. Brooks move his arms to his side, above his head, his right arm almost fully above his head at points. Quite frankly, showing that arm seemed to have full range of motion.
Now, you had testified yesterday, you had seen a video or a still shot from a video, and you identified the defendant driving a red SUV. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
And when the defendant was telling you about his friend bringing him out in a tan Kia, I think he said, did you believe that to be true?
Objection.
Sustained. It's for the jury to determine credibility.
well,
Witness will not answer that.
Did you ever see any video of the defendant driving in a tan Kia during the time of the parade?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer that.
No, I did not.
Directing the video to 1 hour, 4 minutes, 30 seconds. And playing until 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds.
Before we go to this clip, I know we have the witness, I've been told, and the interpreter available. So I would like to put further testimony and watching of these clips on hold. We do need to take a witness out of order in order to accommodate the interpreter that the court has arranged for. So Detective Carpenter, you may be excused momentarily.
He's just not working around it because it doesn't exist.
And then if Mr. Ryan would accompany the witness, this will be Mr. Juan Marquez being called by Mr. Brooks.
All right, here's a sneak preview.
Yeah, Jen, can we? Sorry about that. We can get another chair.
I don't know. Marquez was on the prosecution's witness list, but they decided not to call him. So I don't know
And Mr. Brooks is calling Juan Marquez.
how
Is
he's
that
a
you, sir?
witness. I'm assuming he was at the parade in some
Mr.
fashion.
Brooks, are you calling Mr. Marquez as a witness at this time?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
Mr. Marquez, if you would accompany the interpreter all the way to the witness stand.
This could be painful.
Where's my instruction? When you get there, we're gonna have the interpreter sworn first.
The interpreter has to swear that he'll give a true and accurate interpretation and complete.
Do you swear that you will interpret truly, accurately, completely, and impartially in accordance with the standards prescribed by law, Code of Ethics for Court Interpreters, and Wisconsin Guidelines for Court Interpreting?
I do. Certified Spanish interpreter Patrick Ryan.
Thank you. And Mr. Marquez, would you please raise your right hand to be sworn by my clerk?
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat.
I
Ladies and
I
gentlemen
don't
of the jury,
understand it, but he seems to be an
I have an
excellent
instruction to read
interpreter.
to you. No matter what language people speak, they have the right to have their testimony heard and understood. You are about to hear a witness in which an interpreter will translate for one of the witnesses. The interpreter is required to remain neutral.
Me too, Darlene.
The interpreter is
Me too.
required to translate between English and Spanish
He's such a
accurately
jackass,
and
though,
impartially
that I
to
expect
the best
him
of the
to.
interpreter's skill and judgment. The evidence you are to consider is only that provided through the official court interpreter. Although some of you may know the non-English language used, it is important that all jurors consider the same evidence. Therefore, you must base your decision on the evidence presented in the English translation. You must disregard any different meaning of the non-English words. You must evaluate interpreted testimony as you would any other testimony. That is, you must not give interpreted testimony any greater or lesser weight than you would if the witness had spoken English. Keep in mind that a person might speak some English without speaking it fluently. That person has the right to the services of an interpreter. Therefore, you shall not give greater or lesser weight to a person's translated testimony based on your conclusions, if any, regarding the extent to which that person speaks English. With that, sir, the first thing I will ask you to do is to state and spell your first and last names for the record.
Juan Marquez.
Juan Marquez.
Juan.
Juan.
Marquez.
Marquez.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir, you may question this witness.
Good morning, Mr. Marquez.
Buenos días, señor Márquez.
You were at the parade
That you're
on
leading
November
already.
21st, 2021. Is that correct?
You're leading. You were at the parade.
That is correct.
I mean, it's
And
foundational.
Do you recall who you were there with that day?
Were you there with anyone?
Con mi esposa y mi hijo.
With my wife and with my son.
And were you marching in the parade that day?
Sí.
Yes.
With the Catholic.
Do you remember who you were
community
marching
of
with? Was it
Waukesha,
a
yes.
particular group?
Un grupo particular?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall who that group was?
¿Se acuerda quién era el grupo con el cual estaba desfilando?
Sí.
Yes.
He's going to make him ask specifically, who was it?
And at some point,
He
felt something hit your leg?
He didn't ask, who were you marching with?
Es correcto.
That's correct.
And do you remember what that was?
¿Se acuerda quién fue?
You, in a
Un
red
vehículo.
Ford Escape.
A vehicle.
And did you see the vehicle?
¿Vio el vehículo? ¿Lo vio?
No.
No.
Probably because it hit him from behind. And then he was on the ground when the vehicle passed.
At some point, did you go to Freighter Hospital?
¿En algún momento usted pasó al hospital Freighter?
Sí.
Yes.
And were you interviewed by any law enforcement at that time?
¿Usted fue entrevistado por algún agente policial o policía?
Sí.
Yes.
He's going to try reading from the police report. Which...
Do you recall if it was regular officers or FBI?
¿Se acuerdan si fue un oficial regular o fue agente de FBI?
FBI.
FBI.
Do you recall telling them that the truck was black?
¿Se acuerda que usted
Grounds.
The objection is sustained as to leading. Please rephrase your question.
Do you
And it was
remember
hearsay.
what color you told them the truck was?
¿Se acuerda si usted se acuerda qué color dijo él? ¿Qué color la troca fue?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
It's a difficult job.
So it would be fair to say you
struggle.
don't recall seeing anything at that time?
¿Se puede decir que usted no se acuerda de nada en ese tiempo?
No.
No.
And did you at any time file a claim related to this incident?
¿En algún momento usted archivó un reclamo con respecto a este incidente?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
So it looks like his direct is going to be pretty much his cross.
Do you know if anyone you were with filed a claim related to this incident?
¿Sabe si alguien que la acompañó si archivó un reclamo con respecto a este incidente?
No lo sé.
I don't know.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this incident?
Yeah, he was injured. You hit him with the car.
Herida, lesionada debido a este incidente.
Sí.
Yes.
That's a stupid question for him to ask. I mean, He hit him with the
Any
car.
reason why you wouldn't file a claim since you considered yourself an injured party?
Objection, argumentative.
Grounds.
Se considera que una persona no herido durante ese incidente, ¿alguna razón por la cual no archivaría un reclamo?
There's an objection. It's sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Por favor, diga la pregunta de nuevo.
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
There's an objection. You don't need to answer.
No tiene que contestar. Could you repeat the question, please?
No,
Please rephrase, Mr.
Por favor,
Brooks.
diga la pregunta de diferente manera, señor Brooks.
It's kind of hard to rephrase.
well, then don't ask it.
Pregunta de diferente manera.
Did you intend on filing a claim related to this case?
Objection.
¿De archivar un reclamo con respecto a este caso?
Hold on, there's been an objection. The ground.
Sesión.
Your Honor, first of all,
Primero,
this witness testified he doesn't
testigo testificó
recall
que
filing
no
a
se acuerda
claim.
de eso.
So I'm not sure what the relevance then would be of the question.
The question was, did he intend on it?
I'll sustain the objection as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Or just move on.
Do you recall at any time filing a police report?
¿Se acuerda en un momento usted de archivar un reporte de policía?
Yeah. He
Sí.
spoke to the
Yes.
FBI.
And was that with local law enforcement?
He already
If
asked
you
and
recall.
answered
Agencia
FBI.
Policíaca local, ¿sí se acuerda?
No recuerdo.
I don't remember.
Did any law enforcement from that report follow up with you at any time?
A una representante de una agencia policíaca hizo algún tipo de seguimiento con usted en ese tiempo.
Sí.
Yes.
I mean, he's trying to impeach his
And do
credibility.
you recall
it
what
seems,
agency that was?
¿Se acuerda qué agencia lo contrató?
But it's his witness.
No.
No.
He doesn't want to impeach the credibility. He it's almost like this is the question list his lawyers prepared for cross-examination for if the prosecutors called him. But he called him to
Do you
try
recall
and
at
get
any
in
time being
that it's a black
notified that
SUV.
you could possibly testify in this incident?
¿Usted se acuerda que a un momento que la notificaron que a un momento usted podría testificar sobre ese incidente?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure.
That's pretty much it.
Do you recall at any time being notified that it was a possibility that you could testify in this incident?
From your subpoena.
Sí, lo notificaron que habría sido una posibilidad que usted podría testificar con respecto a ese incidente.
No.
No.
Were you ever subpoenaed in relation
By
to this
you.
incident?
¿Lo citaron alguna vez a corte con respecto a ese incidente?
Not
Sí.
in the
Yes.
slightest.
Do you recall who you received this subpoena from?
You.
¿De quién recibió la citatoria?
You.
Del distrito de la oficina del fiscal.
I mean,
From the office of the district attorney.
the district attorney served the subpoena, but it was your subpoena.
And do you recall when that was?
¿Se acuerda cuándo fue?
Un mes y días.
Of course,
A month and a few days.
the district attorneys may have also subpoenaed him because he was on their witness list, but they chose not to call him.
And following being subpoenaed, or following, rather, to strike that back. After receiving the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office at any time after?
Después de
I mean,
recibir
this is his
ese
cross-examination.
recibió algún tipo de seguimiento por medio de la oficina fiscal después de recibir.
He just called
Sí.
him in
Yes.
to impeach
Do you
his
recall whom you
credibility.
spoke with?
¿Se acuerda con quién habló?
But it's his
Susan?
witness, and he didn't
Susan.
bring in any helpful information. He's just
Would that be referring
he
to
just called him in
Attorney
to
Opera who
impeach
was
his
seated at this
credibility.
table?
Se
This
refiere a
is
Susan Alpha, que está sentada en
asinine.
esa mesa.
Sí.
Yes.
I mean, start asking your plaintiff questions now, because they'll be as helpful as this.
And were you at any time informed of a plaintiff in this incident?
Objection of relevance.
Sustained.
I told you. I told you.
Don't need to answer that
No
question.
tiene que contestar la pregunta.
Were you at any
He
time
asked
notified that
one
there was a
already.
plaintiff in this incident?
Objection of
Grounds.
relevance.
Shut him down. Shut him down.
The objection is sustained. The witness does not need to answer.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this incident?
Objection of
Grounds.
relevance.
Shut him down. This
The
is a
objection
waste
is
of the
sustained.
interpreter's time,
The
as
witness
well
does
as
not
the
need to
jury's
answer.
time and the court's time and the witness's time. Shut him down. I mean, did he seriously just call him to get his sovereign citizen nonsense in? What was the point of this witness?
Do you recall ever seeing, excuse me,
There
You ever
was
call-
absolutely no point
Sorry.
to this witness other than getting his sovereign citizenry
do you
in.
recall ever seeing or reading a complaint in this matter?
Entonces, ¿recuerda si usted vio, si leyó la acusación criminal de este asunto?
No.
No.
I'm going to file a complaint if I have an aneurysm from the aggravation he's giving me.
Going back to the actual incident, would it be fair to say that at the time you were very confused?
Volviendo entonces al
You could almost say he didn't know what hit him.
Usted estaba bastante confundido.
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Going back to the time of the incident at the parade, would it be fair to say that you were confused at the time?
Confused about what?
Entonces, al momento del desfile, ¿se puede decir que usted estaba confundido en ese tiempo?
No.
No.
Any reason why you don't recall seeing anything?
He was probably down on the ground from being hit from behind by your SUV.
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
This is
Any
going to
reason
make
why you don't
Brooks
recall
so mad.
seeing anything?
¿Alguna razón por la cual usted no se acuerda de ver nada en ese tiempo?
I'm glad someone appreciates me.
No vi el vehículo.
I did not see the vehicle.
That wasn't the question, but
Pasó.
It just passed by.
I still don't get why he called this witness. I mean, calling someone to say, I didn't see it because I was hit.
So the interpreter needs to make a clarification on his last response. If I can inquire, cuando te dice que pasó el vehículo, ¿quiere decir que ocurrió el incidente o que el vehículo pasó por usted? Que es cuando usted dice pasó.
About
pasó
12
bien,
cents an hour, I
o ya
think.
pasó como ocurrió.
Ocurrió, me pegó.
But you're as twisted as I
For
am.
clarification, the interpreter inquired if he meant the vehicle passed by or if the incident happened. The defendant, interpreter for clarification, the interpreter would like to say that he meant that it just happened, that the vehicle just hit him, rather than, I believe the interpreter translated what he said as it passed by. What he meant to say is that it actually happened rather than passed by.
That's a
So,
good
for that point of
clarification.
clarification for the record.
Thank you.
It's a difficult job. No, but yes. This is when the interpreter wasn't available, so they brought in a defense witness
Also, for
in the middle
clarification,
of
just so we're clear for the
the
record.
prosecution's witness, who is the detective who interrogated
Don't recall
Brooks
actually seeing the vehicle.
after the event.
También, sí, vamos a estar clarificando por
So
acá.
this is a bit
No se
unorthodox,
puede
but it is his witness
No.
out of order.
No.
No further questions.
No va a preguntarse.
Any questions, Attorney Basie?
Preguntas a
Briefly.
Basie. Brevemente.
So what
Good
that
morning, Ms.
elicited
Marquez.
was
Buenos días, señor.
Yes.
Good morning.
that he didn't.
On November
See the
21st of
vehicle.
last year, were you walking with the Catholic communities of Waukesha?
El 21 de noviembre del año pasado.
Actually.
Desfilando.
It wasn't asked and answered. This is her first question.
That's correct.
Hold on. What was the objection?
It was asked.
We have to
He
speak
said
up.
asked and answered.
I have a code, so I can't.
He said
Mr.
asked and
Brooks, is there an
answered.
objection?
That was her
Yeah,
first question.
Yes, there was
On
an
what
objection.
grounds?
I can't even remember now.
Well, if you were objecting on relevance, it's relevant. His answer may stand.
He objected on
relevance?
asked and answered
Mr. Marquez,
when it was her first question,
if you hear
and it
the
hadn't
word
been
objection
asked because he asked,
Please
"Were you
wait
marching in the parade?"
until
Not
I
who
rule on
were
the
you marching
objection.
with. That's the first we heard. It
Before
was
you
the Catholic
answer.
community of Waukesha.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Go ahead.
Adelante.
So we did answer the question?
¿Sí contestó la pregunta?
It is confusing.
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you.
Muy bien, gracias.
You were with your wife and your son,
¿Estaba con su esposa y su hijo?
Sí.
Yes.
and your son's name is David Marquez?
Objection
El
leading.
nombre de su hijo es David Márquez.
Overruled. You called the witness. The state may lead. Go ahead and answer.
Contesta la pregunta, por favor. Sí puede contestar.
What does that mean?
Go ahead and answer, sir.
Conteste, por favor.
Sí.
Yes.
I mean, this is
You testified at
cross-examination.
some point you were
She
struck
can
by a
leave now.
vehicle.
Objection.
Usted testificó
She can lead. It's cross-examination. This is
Oh,
your
no.
witness.
Un vehículo.
You may answer.
Puede contestar la pregunta.
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have any warning before you were struck by the car?
Objection.
Tipo de advertencia,
Hearsay.
de aviso, antes que fue chocado por el carro. Me pongo la evidencia por referencia.
Overruled.
Anulada.
The witness may answer.
Puede contestar la pregunta.
No.
No.
Did you hear a horn honking?
Escuchó
Objection.
una bocina, un claxon.
Hearsay.
It's
Un claxon.
the horn honking
Overruled. The
is
witness
not
may
hearsay.
answer.
You asked on cross-examination
No.
dozens of times. Did you hear
Sir,
the
I'm
horn
going to show you
honking?
what's been marked as State's Exhibit
But
161.
suddenly it's hearsay.
61.
Go ahead.
Adelante.
Can you see that picture on the screen in front of you?
Pantalla frente a usted. ¿Puede ver la imagen?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you see the approximate area where you landed after the vehicle struck you?
Usted fue al área aproximado.
Objection leading.
It's cross-examination. She can lead.
State may lead. It's not their witness. Go ahead and answer, sir.
So so I can lead too if it's not my witness?
No. Well, hold on. We'll get to that later. There's been an objection. I'm overruling it. Go ahead and ask your
You have
question.
been leading on every cross-examination.
Do you see the area in
I mean,
which
have you
you
heard the
landed after the
cross-examine
vehicle
or
struck
the
you?
prosecution object to
Sí.
leading?
Yes.
The I'd ask that this exhibit be admitted to evidence, which is 161, and published to the jury.
Objection. You can't even see. You
I've got
can't
to
even
figure
see
out what.
what exactly is the state referring to. You can't even
That-
see who it is.
That's
State
not
your
for
objection.
you to
That's
state.
overruled.
It's
Uh,
up to the jury to decide if
Because
they
it's
can see
attempt to testify,
what the
but if
witness
the state could
testified
just
about.
ask a few more foundational questions, please.
Certainly. When you met with the state, did you review some video of the parade?
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Sí.
Yes.
And after reviewing that video, were you able to determine the area in which your body landed after you were struck by the car?
Objection. Hearsay and leading.
Overruled as
She
to
can
both. You may
lead.
answer,
The
sir.
judge already told you she can lead.
Determinó el área. ¿Se acuerda dónde su cuerpo quedó después de que el vehículo chocó?
Sí.
Yes.
And do you see that area on this exhibit?
Objection. Leading.
She can
Overruled,
lead.
the
The
witness may
judge
answer.
told you.
Sí.
Yes.
I'd ask that this
Every objection.
exhibit be admitted to evidence and published.
Yeah,
to the
and
jury.
mumble about.
Objection. What's the relevancy?
The objections are noted. They are overruled. And exhibit 161 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And stop with the commentary.
And it's indicated that that is now being seen in the jury box. Sir, the screen in front of you is a touch screen. Can you circle the area in which you believe you landed?
Objection. Leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Let me say where they believe.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
The witness may answer.
Sí.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Can you do that now?
Stop with the commentary.
That's where it gets fixed out. Okay.
I
We can
do
take a
like it.
snapshot of that.
I don't know
And
what Mr.
Brooks-
Brooks just mumbled, but
Brooks needs to
it's not his
stop.
turn to ask questions.
He needs
There
to
was no
stop with
objection.
the
The
commentary.
jury will disregard that.
And this would be exhibit 161A.
Object.
Shut up, Brooks.
And we'll screen capture that. Exhibit
getting
161A
close to
has been
being
captured.
ejected.
Are you moving that in?
I am.
I would
And
have done it
exhibit
by
161 is received. 61A.
Thank you. And do you see anyone that you recognize standing in that area?
now. A good witness for the prosecution.
Overruled. The state may lead its cross-examination of your witness,
So I
sir.
can lead on cross-examination then?
I direct your attention to 90611 sub
Can I
3,
lead
sir.
on cross-examination?
I'm not going to
She's
answer
telling
that. Go ahead,
you
So
sir.
that's
You may
your
answer.
determination
In the
that you don't
rules
have
of
to answer that.
evidence.
If I don't understand something,
The jury will
If you don't
disregard
understand something, that's
the
your
comments
fault.
being made by Mr. Brooks.
judicial determination. Okay.
If you don't understand,
Go ahead
it's your
and
fault.
answer the question
You
if you recall it,
chose to
sir.
represent yourself.
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Do you see, actually, do you see David, your son, in that picture?
Objection. That
Sí.
was,
Yes.
And is he
Objection what?
wearing,
so my objection is not going to be noted.
The objection is overruled. The state chose to ask a different question. That's fine.
and is he seated near some blue chairs wearing a blue jacket?
Objection. Leading.
She can lead.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Open your
Sí.
damn ears.
Yes.
She can
And sir, is that
lead.
you laying down and you can see in this picture your legs and they're hanging into the roadway?
Objection. Leading.
Witness may answer. Overruled.
This is even more
Sí.
ridiculous
Yes.
than his incessant hearsay
Now-
objections.
Is that where you were walking when you were struck
Of
from behind?
course, she's
In that
Objection. Leading.
position?
Of course she's leading. She's allowed to lead.
Overruled, you may answer.
No puede contestar la pregunta.
No.
No.
How far from the position that you recalled yourself to be at when you were walking did you land?
Objection leading.
He's killing
Overruled, you may
me.
answer.
Me pongo de evidencia por evidencia. Anulada. Puede contestar la pregunta.
Entre 15 a 20 pies.
Between 15 and 20 feet.
So your body flew through the air between 15 and 20 feet. Is that what your
Objection
testimony
leading.
is?
She can lead.
Sí.
Yes.
I mean, how
Sorry, I
many
didn't rule on the
times
objection, but it
does
is
the
overruled and
judge
his answer
need
may
to
stand.
tell him that on
Was
cross-examination
David also
she
struck
can lead?
by a vehicle during the parade?
Sí.
Yes.
Did he
And
receive
stop with
injuries
the
as well?
commentary. This isn't
Objection.
crazy.
Relevancy.
It's the rules.
Overruled, you may answer.
Sí.
Yes.
Can you describe what your injuries were, sir?
Objection leading.
It's always been a circus
Overruled,
static.
you may answer.
It's just now it's a 3-ring circus and the lions
Sí.
and tigers
Yes.
and
What were they?
elephants are there.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Me pongo de pregunta encima. Anulada.
La fíbula
My fibula
y ligamentos.
and ligaments.
Morning, John.
Your fibia was broken?
Objection leading.
Fibula.
Overruled as to both.
Fibula.
The witness may
It's not-
answer.
there's no bone called the
Sí.
fibia.
Yes.
And you had
It's
torn
tibia
ligaments?
Objection
and
leading.
fibula.
Overruled.
Puede contestar.
You didn't say that in the question before.
Sí.
Yes.
And were those both in the same leg?
Eso sería
Objection
lo mismo.
leading.
Me pongo pregunta encima.
Honestly,
Sorry,
Yes.
he's
overruled.
incapable of learning.
If we
Yeah, of course.
just
He
wait when
is
there's a,
the dumbest
objection.
person on the planet.
I'm overruling it.
He's so
It's relevant.
self-absorbed.
It's not leading. The witness's
That-
answers may stand.
He
overruled
does
every
not listen
objection.
to
And the
anything
jury will
anyone
disregard the
says.
additional commentary made by Mr. Brooks at this time.
Judicial misconduct at its finest.
Judicial misconduct.
And which leg was that, sir?
Objection.
She's following the
Answer.
rules.
Overruled.
Anulada.
You may answer.
Puede contestar la pregunta.
El pie izquierdo.
Just
My
because
left leg.
you don't understand
Did you have to have
the
surgery
rules
on
of
that leg?
evidence
Objection.
does not mean it's judicial misconduct.
Overruled.
Posición, pregunta encima. Anulada.
Sí.
Let's
Yes.
see what y'all.
Just
trying to
one?
do.
Nada más.
I see what you're all trying to do.
Dos.
Shut
Two.
up.
That's not gonna work either.
Mr. Brooks, you are advised to stop with the commentary.
No, I'm gonna say what I want.
You
to say.
called this
No, you're
witness.
not.
I'm
You're
going
going
to
to
take
be
a break right
removed
now
from
and
the
excuse the
courtroom.
jury and this witness.
All right.
What you doing is judicial misconduct. Judicial misconduct. But you don't want the jury to hear the truth.
I mean, this is his.
That's not fair to the
witness,
jury. They have a right to hear everything.
and she's letting it come in. But you are not testifying.
Nothing to sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth. To the
I mean,
jury.
this is clear
Mr. Brooks,
contempt.
please stop.
No, ain't no please.
Yeah,
You are
nothing.
being disruptive.
Yeah,
Ain't
You
no
are being
please, nigga.
disrespectful.
You always
The
gonna
witness
find
may
some
step
reason to
down.
say somebody's being disruptive because they want the truth to be out there. Man, quit it.
Gag him.
You supposed to be the
Mr. Brooks,
judge.
I'm advising you that continued interruptions will result in you forfeiting your right to be
Okay,
present
and
in this
Under
courtroom.
what law and
during
fact can you do that?
Illinois versus Allen.
Okay,
She
but
told
the
you
fourth
multiple times.
option that you made up that's not even in the law.
The fourth option is
Because you
less
can't do that.
I need
restrictive
to
than
make
what
By
the
law,
law
you can't do
allows.
that,
need to
and
make
you
a
know you
finding.
can't.
All right, I'm going
The
to
fourth option
excuse
is
everyone. Mr. Brooks is
video.
being removed from the courtroom.
The
He
fourth
will
option is
continue in the
video
neighboring
from the other
courtroom.
courtroom.
Please make sure he
Illinois
has his
versus
objection
Allen
sign and a pad
doesn't
of
include
paper
So is that-
video.
so
It
that
says
he can
So is that holding me in
removed.
contempt?
participate, and I will make a
Period.
ruling when I.
So are
after
you
we
holding
come
me in
back up.
contempt?
I would.
Is that civil or criminal?
It's irrelevant, but I would. I mean, he is the most intransigent, stupid, self-absorbed piece of garbage on the planet. Oh. I mean, She told him 5 times the prosecution can lead on a cross-examination. She told him the rule of evidence that allows for it. And he accuses her of judicial misconduct for it. He's incapable of learning. His 2 brain cells are full. Whew. And with that, I'm going to take a short break. Oh, that's bad, John. That's bad. I mean, he did end the parade, but that's bad. But I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back. And fast forward. And yes, those were nicer than he deserved.
BS, man. Y'all do the same thing every time, man. Every time she don't want to tell the truth to the jury, somebody got to get put out of the courtroom. That's contempt. That's contempt of court. I'm not ignorant, man.
Can you just let us get that on so you can get these off?
BS,
Throw
man.
that thing forward.
No. Have them back up. Okay, slide back, sir. Take 2 steps back, just so he doesn't bump your leg. There we go. Perfect. Okay, sir, have a seat. Thank you.
That's what I'm saying. You can't just make up no law, make up a 4th option. I don't want them right there, man.
You want them on the other side over on the right? Where do you want 'em? You good, Becky? Yeah. Okay, let's get them on.
How am I supposed to move and look at my paperwork with the boxes right here?
Okay, well, let me take off the wrist restraints and then you can put.
You want them on the other side?
There you go, sir.
All right, I'm back. No, he did not escape. So I mentioned yesterday that I noticed as the trials progressed, he's been getting more and more testy with the judge. His temper is getting worse. The judge hasn't allowed until just now a proper extended rant. She's shut him down quicker. But I think he's just getting more and more desperate as the trial goes on to try for a mistrial or try for something. And he's just going to get more and more disruptive as he sees the writing on the wall. He sees that the state has proved its case for the most part, and his behavior is just going to get worse. And that's why the state hasn't rested yet. They're behind because he can't behave. He can't ask appropriate questions. He cannot learn. He's pathologically incapable of listening. I mean, how many times does he need to be told the state can lead on cross examination? It's not a conspiracy against him. She told him the number of the rule, which she didn't have to do. She wouldn't have told me as an attorney, I'm expected to know the rules. When she told him, you're going to be held to the same standard as an attorney, she meant, I expect you to know the rules. He clearly didn't read the rules. He doesn't care. And yet he's tried to bring the rules of civil procedure in. He, in his epic rant last week, he stated, I moved to dismiss for failure to state a claim against me. He brought an oral 12b6 motion, which is a civil procedure rule. It's not in criminal procedure. But he said that I moved to dismiss for failure to state a claim. There is a claim, and he thinks the civil rules apply. The rules of criminal procedure are in the book the judge gave him that have the rules of evidence. I guarantee. But he hasn't read them. He thinks he makes the rules. And the judge is showing him, no. The state legislature made the rules, and Judge Darrell enforces them in the courtroom. It's as simple as that. And with that, let's fast forward because we're behind, and I'm sure they're back by now in real time. And my rant took us almost there. Generally, no, Sai. The only reason I would ever go pro se myself, even as a lawyer, is to turn my closing statement into my testimony, basically, and not be subject to cross examination. And even that is a tightrope. But that's the only reason I would ever even consider it. I mean, speeding ticket, yeah, but chances are, if I'm speeding, and I just pay it, generally. Yeah, I mean, it, in terms of time and money, it's easier to just go to traffic school generally and get the points off. Although here in Utah, if you don't get many speeding tickets, chances are you could get a plea in abeyance, which is where you plead guilty, but the conviction's not entered. And if you don't do anything else in the next 6 months or year or whatever, it's chucked out. So generally, if it's your first low-level crime or infraction, they'll give you a plea in abeyance here in Utah. So, yes, I did hear laughing. The camera wasn't on him. And good morning, since this is your first comment this morning, Jay Pesev or Pekev.
Thank you. Be seated. I need the state back.
Even if you lose no matter what, a loss can come in varying degrees of loss. So, you know, you may know that you're going to be found guilty, but it may be a difference of a 5-year sentence versus a 30-year sentence. That's generally what you're hoping for, that the speeding ticket's so insignificant the cop doesn't care to show up. But I mean, the problem is here in Utah, drivers are bad. So on the interstate, in the urban core, basically from Ogden to Spanish Fork on I-15 and Park City about to Tooele, near where Static lives, the speed limit is 70. And then you get outside of that and it increases to 75 and then to 80. So in the urban core, you have 3 lanes going 55 in the 70, and then the left lane is going 90. So you have the choice of going way under or way over the speed limit. And either way, you say, I was going with traffic. And then it gets even worse, though, on I-80 driving to Park City up Parley's Canyon, which is one of the steepest portions of interstate in the country. For most of it, it's 3 lanes. The right lane is semi-trucks going 5 miles an hour. The middle lane is semis going 20 miles an hour. And then the left lane is everyone else going 90 up a windy canyon road. It's scary. It would be a fun road to drive if there were no traffic on it. But I-80 being the main road from San Francisco through Chicago to New York, it's a major shipping lane. And so it's always full of trucks.
The record, Mr. Brooks has been removed to the other courtroom.
Luckily,
the
they
jury is not
they added
present,
the 4th lane
and the witness that was
for
on
the last couple
stand
miles
is
to
also
the summit.
not
That helped.
present in the courtroom.
But
Actually, he is, Judge.
Oh, all right.
and
we'll
then you
have
add
him
snow and it becomes a
removed. Thank you.
nightmare. It doesn't
Thank you
get
for that
quite as much
clarification.
snow
I
as
didn't
Donner
see him
Pass in the
seated
Sierras,
all the way back
but
behind a couple of
it can
individuals.
be sketchy.
So this morning,
And once again, the state is
Mr.
cross-examining
Brooks, prior
Brooks's
to the
witness
court
out of
removing
order,
him, had
and Brooks is
interrupted the
out of the
court
courtroom.
approximately 10 times
And she's adding the
prior to
record,
10:19
putting everything on the
a.m.
record.
Then, of course, he was removed. This does not include the repeated commentary, either under his breath, but still audible for the court to hear, the jury to hear, and witnesses to hear.
See, here,
related to a variety of topics, including subject matter, jurisdiction, misconduct by the court,
like Brooks said,
disapproval
so
with
often
the
in his
court's
rant,
ruling.
the 6th Amendment.
This very last witness was a witness called
If
out
I got
of
a
order at the
here in
request of
the U.S.,
Mr.
if I got a speeding
Brooks.
ticket by camera, I'd say, bring the witness against me.
As I know the attorneys are well aware, and certainly this court is well aware.
Because I think it's
Under
unconstitutional.
906.11, the court shall exercise reasonable control over the mode and order of interrogating witnesses and presenting evidence.
In
so
high
as to do all of
school,
the
I had
following.
an 85
Make the
Land
interrogation
Cruiser,
and presentation effective
which
for
will
the
climb
ascertainment of
anything,
truth, avoid
but
needless
not
consumption
quickly.
of time, protect witnesses
And
from
I
harassment
drive
or
it
undue embarrassment.
to Park City
That's
Mountain
all under
Resort.
sub 1. Sub 2, scope of
And
cross-examination.
getting
The
up
witness
toward
may
the
be
summit,
cross-examined
it
on
could
any
only do
matter
45.
relevant to any issue in
But
the
I'd be
case,
doing
including
70
credibility. In
on
the
sort of
interest
the
of justice, the
flatter
judge may limit
areas around
cross-examination
Jeremy
with
Ranch.
respect to matters not
And I
testified
got
to
boxed
on
in on
direct
the left
examination.
lane,
I
and so
frankly
I'm
haven't
holding up traffic in the left
exercised my
lane at
authority under
40.
that particular
But
subsection.
some
I
jackass
have
wouldn't let me
generally
move
relied
over,
upon
so
sub 1. In addition, sub 3
I was
says
so
the following
embarrassed.
leading questions. Leading questions should not be used on the direct examination of a witness except as may be
She's
necessary
telling
to
him
develop
the
the witness's testimony.
rule.
Ordinarily, leading questions should be permitted
Putting it on the record.
cross-examination. And during the cross-examination of this last witness, Mr. Brooks objected almost without fail, if not without fail, to every single question asked by the state on grounds of either leading or relevance. And then
That's
when
why
the
traffic
court
school is
overruled the
cheaper.
objections, as time went on, it seemed to me that his commentary became much more audible. He was muttering under his breath
Because if you
and
can get the
clearly
points off your
showing
license through traffic
disrespect
school,
for the court and the
it's just
proceedings.
a financial penalty.
In my opinion, they're baseless objections.
I tend to
again,
keep
because
my
this
speeding
witness
within
was
about
brought
5 of the speed
in the
limit.
court on a subpoena
So
that
I
was
had one ticket
from Mr. Brooks,
at
served,
16,
of course, by the state
and nothing
to
in
assist
the
with him in that
22
regard.
years
But the
since.
state was well within its rights to ask leading questions. It's this court's opinion that the repeated interruptions by way of baseless objections is
Yeah,
to
you have
disrupt
to object
these
in good
proceedings,
faith.
disrupt the testimony of the witnesses, and in particular, Mr. Marquez.
It's so
This
difficult
court
with an
has been
interpreter that
abundantly patient this morning, noting
objections
the
that are not in
repeated
good faith
interruptions by
just
Mr. Brooks.
complicates things.
Starting right away at 8:31, there were a couple of interruptions, continuing at 8:37. At 8:48, I think we had a total of 5 more at that point or so. At 8:49,
He's
and then, of
already
course, at
hung, drawn, and
10:19, this
quartered.
court
There's no question.
removed him under its
He's getting
authority
life
in
6
Illinois
times
versus
over.
Allen.
The only question
I
is
also had warned him, or
what
at least
the
at times I would give the jury an
number
admonishment,
of years
not
will
really an
be,
admonishment,
and
but
whether
an
it's
instruction, please
consecutive on
disregard
the
commentary by
72
Mr.
or
Brooks.
on the
It's been very
70 other
apparent
charges.
that any time this
So
jury is brought in or taken out, Mr.
he
Brooks
really is
begins
just
making statements that are misstatements of the
disrupting.
law, or generally his disagreement with whatever is going on at that particular time, accusing the court of either bias or
cruise
misconduct,
control or
accusing
over the
this
speed
court of
limit on
hiding
the
information
interstate
from
is what
this
I do.
jury.
That's not legal
This court is
advice.
not
That's
doing
just what I
any
do.
such thing.
But there are areas
I will make
that I
a
know
finding
to
that
put it
based
one
upon the
under.
conduct of Mr. Brooks,
Like,
that he has forfeited his right to be
where
present
Static's
during
family is
the
from,
cross-examination.
Beaver. That's also where Butch
And
Cassidy
any
is
redirect
from.
of Mr. Marquez.
You don't speed.
Mr. Brooks's conduct has been
As I
anything
mentioned,
but
I do
respectful today.
most of my family
Again,
vacations
it's been
in the
disruptive.
fictional land of
As this
Wyoming.
court was stepping
Driving
off the
from
bench,
Salt Lake
he
to Jackson
made
Hole,
some type of statement
I drive through
about
Soda Springs,
contempt, or
Idaho.
finding me in contempt.
You don't speed in Soda
This court
Springs.
is well aware that one of the
You don't go
permissible
1
ways to
mile
handle
over.
a defendant who shows flagrant disregard in the courtroom for elementary standards of proper conduct is to find a defendant in contempt. However, I'm not dealing with a defendant who is out of custody.
So
I'm
contempt
dealing
is
with a
irrelevant.
defendant who is in custody on very serious charges, including, if convicted, facing the possibility of life sentences without the possibility of extended
possibility.
supervision. It is my opinion that finding him in contempt is not
fruitless.
really a viable alternative to this court. Frankly, it would, in my opinion, it would serve to
She's signaling already. He's guilty of sin.
give the defendant.
If she thought there was any chance of a not
restate
guilty
that?
verdict, She could say 93 days
In
contempt.
my opinion, if this court were to find Mr. Brooks in contempt, it would allow him to profit from his own
Is it pocket
wrongdoing
neutral loaf?
because it would result in a delay of these proceedings. I would have to, of course, make certain
And the sandwich
findings.
is in
One of the
evidence.
possibilities for
Remember,
contempt
he
is to hold
he
him
lost
in
his
custody
sandwich when he
until
was
such
taken into
time
custody.
as
It's
he's willing
evidence.
to abide by the rules. That is just not something this court is willing to even do because it would delay the proceedings. I am aware that that is a option identified by the Supreme Court in Illinois versus Allen, but I would remind the parties once again that Illinois versus Allen was decided in 1970.
Thus, her
Certainly
adding the
technology that
video
we have
technology
available in this courtroom was
is-
not
is-
something
is not-
available to the parties in Illinois
is
versus
not adding
Allen.
a fourth
We
option
have
that
a
is impermissible.
very
It's
new
being less
state-of-the-art
restrictive
courthouse
than Illinois
that
versus
I am
Allen
operating out of.
approved.
I'm in courtroom 13. Next door is
Oh,
courtroom
lucky 13.
20. These are just the room numbers that I'm referring to. As you can see, we have the ability to see and hear into that courtroom, and that courtroom has the ability to see and hear into ours. I will confirm with the bailiff and the clerk that the audio is working. I'm told.
What are
that
the
it
bets
is
that
from
he
my
gets
clerk. If I
muted
could
and has to
also
hold
get
up his objection
verification,
sign?
from the bailiffs who are in that courtroom. But we have the ability, I have the ability through that technology for Mr. Brooks to meaningfully
If you guys ever make it to
participate.
Salt Lake,
He
I know
does
Teresa
have, and it
and
was
Static
provided with
have
him when he
the
was taken to
ability.
that courtroom, the objection
Lucky
sign.
13.
I also
It's in a
instructed that he be
sketchy
given a pad of
neighborhood.
paper,
You've got to be
writing
over
utensil so
21.
he
It
could write
is a
down
bar.
his
They have the
objections.
best burgers in the state. They're amazing.
Or if I feel it appropriate, I can
Messy as hell to eat.
unmute.
You'll have
and
grease
hear
down
what
to
his
your elbow,
objection
but they
is.
are
But
good.
it's my belief that the use of my ability to mute and unmute will assist the proceedings so that it's orderly, that it is free from disruption as best as I can control it under my authority under 90611 and my authority given to me and expressed by the U.S. Supreme Court in Illinois versus Allen. Although I'm making a finding that he's forfeited his right by his conduct to be present for the continued cross-examination and any redirect of Mr. Marquez, I'll also make an alternate finding that the technology that I've just described provides the functional equivalent of Mr. Brooks being present during
Ooh, that sounds
this
good.
case. With that,
That
I
sounds
would
good.
like to have the jurors brought
I
in.
enjoy
I'll have the
lamb,
witness brought
but
back
we don't eat
to
it
the
as much
witness stand
here in the
with the
States
assistance of
as you
the
do down in your
interpreter.
fictional land.
And the state can continue.
But
with
sometimes it
its
upsets my
cross-exam
stomach.
of the witness.
But I still
called
eat
out
it
of order, but on
because it's
behalf
good.
of Mr.
There's a Lebanese restaurant near me, Maza.
And I am getting
And
verification
their
from the bailiff
lamb
in the
and
other
rice
courtroom through my
dola
bailiff here.
is one
that
of
the
my
audio and
favorites.
video is
It's
working
so good.
as it should.
I love
Would
the
also like to
seasoning
point out
in
that
the
there are
rice.
headphones at the table in front of Mr. Brooks, should he
So
choose
good.
to wear them. He has not worn them in quite some time. Previously made reference
It's
to
almost
needing
like
it when he was
his
in the
hard
other
of
courtroom, so they
hearing
are there and
is
available.
an
All
excuse.
right, would Mr. Marquez and interpreter Ryan please take the stand and we'll have the jury brought out. And just for the record, I will certainly let Mr. Brooks know he can ask to come back in when he's willing to abide by the rules of decorum and courtesy.
He's not.
The record should reflect the jury is being
He's
brought
getting worse
back
and
in.
worse. And once again, him not being present in the courtroom affects the jury. They notice it. They realize he's misbehaving. He's a piece of garbage.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The record should reflect that Mr. Brooks is appearing from another courtroom. That should not affect the
Good to
jury's
see you, Singapore
verdict in any
Sling.
way. The state
He
may
definitely
continue
has
with
an
its
idiot for a client.
cross-exam of this witness.
It
The state would
brings
have
to
nothing
mind
for
the
that.
old axiom. He
All right,
who
Mr.
represents himself
Brooks,
has
do
a
you
fool
have
for a
any
client.
redirect for this witness?
He's crying. He's sulking over
Mr.
there.
Brooks, do
He's
you have
mad.
any further questions for Mr. Marquez?
He's mad. He's not going to
Record should
respond.
reflect that Mr. Brooks is reading out of a book. He has not answered the question. I will ask
It's
one more
probably his
time.
Bible,
Sir, do
performative
you have
reading.
any further questions for Mr. Marquez?
That sounds good too. When I make a pork roast, my mom will take the leftovers and she'll make
Am I unmuted?
pork
You are, you have been.
enchiladas. She'll do it if there's a
going
beef roast.
Do you have any
left over
redirect
too, but-
questions for Mr. Marquez?
The pork roast works better. That's a yes or no
This
question.
is your opportunity to ask any follow-up questions that you have for this witness.
But you can't lead.
Say something. I'm trying to see if the headphones on.
He's being intransigent again. I mean, ask the deputy to step into the camera frame and confirm yes or no whether there's audio in the room at this point. Because I think he's just being
Someone say something
intransigent.
from the other courtroom.
Any questions for Mr. Marquez at this time? It's your opportunity to ask follow-up questions. The state indicated it did not have any additional questions.
This is all performative, I think.
Nope, I don't got no follow-up question.
That's
All right, thank you.
probably
And
smart
Mr.
on
Marquez,
his part.
You may step down. Thank you for
Since
being here today.
his witness, remember, this was his witness, did nothing to help and hurt him badly. You could almost say this witness was like a speeding red Ford Escape coming up from behind and smacking his case, breaking its leg, tearing its ligaments.
All right, I need to excuse the jury momentarily. Please rise for the jury.
I had a feeling that this morning he's just going to get worse and worse. Exactly. I mean, it really is exhausting streaming this all day, but it's just so enthralling. You can't look away. What's he going to do next?
All right, thank you. Be seated.
The jury's pissed off
Mr.
now.
Brooks, under Illinois versus Allen, which that case clearly tells me to do that, once lost, the right to be present can, of course, be reclaimed as soon as the defendant is willing to conduct himself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concept of courts and judicial proceedings.
I mean, going back to the
court is
detective,
going to continue with
he can
the,
start making his leading
direct
objections
examination
again.
by the state of Detective Carpenter. I would like you to come back to this courtroom. Are you willing to
Behave.
conduct yourself consistently with the decorum and respect inherent in the concepts of courts and judicial proceedings?
When my sister
I
was a
didn't do anything to
toddler,
be held in contempt in the
she was
first place.
being
So
disruptive.
are you willing to abide
and my
by the
uncle
rules
said,
of decorum
"You
and civility?
behave." And she
I would
said,
direct your
"No,
attention to
I'll be
SCR Chapter 62,
Sister,
which has been provided
you
to you
behave."
previously.
Does that say anything in there about me being held in contempt?
She hasn't
that
held
does
you in
not, no.
contempt.
So why have I been held in contempt?
I didn't
She
hold you
didn't
in
hold
contempt,
you in
sir. You are
contempt.
simply in a
She
different
said
courtroom
holding
based
you in
upon your
contempt
disruptive
would
behavior.
be
I'm
fruitful.
giving you the
Behavior has not been disruptive.
I've put my findings on the record, sir,
Seriously?
and the record
You
stands
don't
in that
understand how
regard.
you were disruptive?
The
I'm
record
giving
should
you
be
the
corrected.
opportunity, if you can, indicate to this court that you will conduct yourself with courtesy and decorum.
He can't. He knows
Are you
what he's
willing to
doing.
do that, sir?
Is Your Honor willing to tell me why I've been held in contempt?
She
I did
hasn't
not
held
hold
you in
contempt,
contempt.
sir. I've already indicated that.
Removing me from the courtroom is like holding me in contempt.
No, it's not.
I didn't hold you in contempt. You were removed pursuant to the authority given to me by the United States Supreme Court in Illinois versus Allen.
Holding you in contempt would be saying,
Based on your
I'm holding you in
disruptive behavior.
contempt.
My behavior wasn't disruptive, Your Honor. The record should be corrected.
It was
in that.
extremely
And as I
disruptive.
recall you stating before, or not you stating, but us having a conversation about Illinois versus Allen for the record at one
Illinois.
point. I got the date in my notes that we had it where I said on the record that there were three options identified. And
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to have a debate with you on what the law means and whether
If
you understand it or
disagree
not. I'm simply
that her
asking
giving
you whether
the
you are
option
willing
to
at this
participate
time
via
to
video
abide by the
technology,
standards of courtesy and
appeal.
decorum that are outlined in SCR
Appeal.
Chapter 62 and that are inherent
You might be the
in
case
the
that goes to
concept
the
of courts
Supreme
and
Court
judicial
so that
proceedings,
they
including,
extend Illinois versus Allen
making
to
proper
include
objections
the
based
less
upon the rules of
restrictive
evidence,
use of
based
video
upon the rules of
technology.
procedure, based upon the law, that you will not
Because the option
interrupt
she
when you
went with
disagree
is
with a
less
ruling made by the
restrictive
court,
than what the Supreme
and that
Court
you will
said
generally
was
conduct yourself
acceptable.
with dignity and decorum.
You can always go
But
with
is
a
it not my
less
right?
restrictive means.
Is it not my right to object?
No, not frivolously. You have to
I'm
object
gonna
in
ask
good faith.
Mr. Brooks one more time if he would like to come back to this courtroom and if he's willing to conduct himself with dignity, respect, and
Oh, he
decorum.
has no dignity
But
whatsoever.
for the record, I don't consent to being called that name, and I never stated that I wanted to be removed from the courtroom.
All right, I'm going to mute Mr.
She's asking
Brooks.
if you want
He's
to come
clearly
back.
not answering my question.
It was her decision to
and
remove
given
you.
his recent conduct, I'll indicate he continues to forfeit his right to be present based upon the prior disruptive conduct. I have given him 3 opportunities to answer the question.
Just
Would you like
go
to come
back
back
to
into
reading
the
your
courtroom?
Bible. I
And,
realize
in
it's
other words, to
performative,
reclaim his right
but
to be
it
present.
might help you with the jury more than
He
your
has chosen
behavior
not to
has
answer that. I
otherwise.
understand he disagrees with the characterization by this court of his conduct, but my ruling stands and the reasoning for my ruling stands. What I will advise Mr. Brooks is once the jury is brought back out and once the witness is back on the stand, I will unmute him so that he can properly object.
Unmute him for now.
And then I'll rule on, of course,
For
any
now.
objections. I certainly reserve my right to use the mute function of the audiovisual capabilities that I have should that right be abused. So with that, why don't we have Detective Carpenter come on back to the stand? The jury is advised to come out.
Well, this could be fun.
Your Honor, I know you previously ruled that if Mr. Brooks wanted to come back into the courtroom, he could signal to a bailiff in the courtroom that he's in, that he believes he can.
Yes, thank you. He may
Good job.
absolutely
Make
signal
a
to the
complete
bailiff, and then they
record.
can get that information to me, and I will promptly stop and we'll have them brought over. Thank you for that. That invitation is an
And
open invitation.
That's his. I wouldn't call this making him famous. It's making him infamous. And once he's in prison for life, he's going to fade into obscurity.
He wants to come back? All right.
If he writes
the
a
witness can
book,
stay here.
he
Please have the
can't
jury
profit
remain.
from it.
We'll have to clear the courtroom so he can be brought back in.
Assuming
We'll be
he's
in
found
recess for
guilty, he can't financially profit from it. If he writes a book, it goes to his victims. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer's dad wrote a book, and the victims sued him for profiting off of his son's crimes, is my understanding, which I don't agree with, but I like his dad didn't do it. But I think it is important, especially with a case like this where there's so many victims that they can't fit in the courtroom, but it's also the open and public trials to make it as open and public as possible so that people can see the justice system at work, to show the lengths the court is going and the prosecutors to give him a fair trial. Uh, and in this particular case, since he's a sovereign citizen, I think it's a very good case to broadcast to show, look, sovereign citizen arguments do not work. They're frivolous, legal mumbo jumbo. To quote the prosecutors quoting the appeals court case. So I just think this is a perfect case to broadcast it. But I do agree with you that it has to be done with tact. I do see the ways that it is problematic, but I think the benefits of broadcasting it outweigh the downsides. And that's it. This is about showing that he's receiving a free and fair trial, but it's also showing this is about the victims. This isn't the state getting its pound of flesh, it's the victims. He doesn't think there's victims. He's claimed nobody's shown me the victims. We've heard testimony about the victims. And there are trials where I could see not broadcasting. I mean, most juvenile cases are not open to the public. Um, I've only done one pre-trial hearing for a juvenile. I was filling in for another attorney at my old firm that had a conflict, and they had a bailiff at the door to the courtroom checking why people entered. They checked my bar card to make sure I was the lawyer representing the juvenile that day. Um, and there are cases where it's such a delicate, sensitive subject matter that I could see not broadcasting and even having limited courtroom access. Um, but that's for the victim. And in some ways, I like that, but I also like when the witnesses say, I saw it, I saw who did it, and it was Mr. Brooks. Because, number one, it helps reinforce their identification. But it's also calling him by his name is less prejudicial, I think, than calling him the defendant. Because the defendant reinforces to the jury that he's accused of a crime, that he might be in custody, that it removes his humanity to an extent. So that's it. Showing that, number one, if there's a conviction, the state proved its case. People can see, yes, the state put on evidence, and the evidence was overwhelming. But it's also, if someone
On the
is
record,
found
and
not
I've
guilty,
advised to have the jury brought out.
it shows,
I'm glad you're
well,
back
the
here, sir.
state couldn't prove this element. That's why it's not guilty. It removes the
I am, sir,
conspiracy.
actually.
And that's it. You've got to be sensitive to children.
Especially when I bring up subject matter jurisdiction.
She's done with
Rule on
that.
that, sir.
Shut
No,
up.
but it hasn't been proven for the record.
Shut up.
If you disagree with my
She
ruling,
gave
sir,
you a
can
ruling. You
file an
tore it
appeal.
up. She didn't even have to give you that.
It has to be proven on the record.
No, it doesn't.
Has yet to be proven on the record.
It doesn't.
I disagree, sir.
Shut the hell up. You're going to be removed again.
You can't have a sheet. All rise for the jury, please.
He removed again before lunchtime, do you think? He's got that look in his eye.
Yeah, it's kind of schizo.
What was that comment? It's kind of schizo. What were they referring to? I don't like that being picked up on the microphone.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
At least he stopped yammering
At this
before
time,
the
the
jury
state,
entered.
May continue with its direct examination of Detective Carpenter.
So once again, now they
Let me know if
can't
you need
leave.
the audio visual right away.
I will.
Okay.
They were about to play the
It should be coming
Clip.
on.
And once again, Brooks should be
Sir,
marking down the exact
Regarding the interview, we've been playing a
timestamp
couple snippets
of the clips the
interview
prosecution's
with,
playing.
Mr. Brooks from.
Because if he doesn't, he's
Exhibit
going to
82
march
that
right
took
through
place
that
on November
open door.
22nd Of last year. I would now direct the juror's attention to 1 hour, 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
He was looking down his nose.
Being called their name for the record.
Noted.
And I'd ask that be played till 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds.
That's quite a distance.
Go ahead.
Quite a chunk they've cut out in the middle from
So,
the previous clip to this one.
what's your buddy's name? Can we get that? If we gotta talk to him to
If
verify
I
you're on the up
remember
and
right.
up and she's on some BS?
His name is Marcus.
Marcus what?
I don't know his last name.
What is
Good
phone number?
buddy. So he's not a good alibi witness.
467.
Once again, do not call any phone numbers you hear.
Somewhere. 467.
La 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 la.
85 31 or 30 or something like that.
112?
Yes, sir.
And he lives in Milwaukee?
Yes, sir.
And you guys came out here together?
Yes.
Okay, so he has.
Well, like I said, the Stephanie she's a older mixed lady, so she's not.
It could be a
Who do you
bad
know in
idea.
Waukesha other than her?
He
I
plays
know
the
a guy
tape.
named
It just
Tyrion.
reminds the jury
I
of
met
what they heard on direct.
I don't know where he lives now.
I mean,
I've been knowing him for
he should have
5-6 years.
watched the video
I just know
already.
he stays in Waukesha.
So
comes
he
down
might
to
have
Milwaukee a lot,
different
and
timestamps
then
to
he
play
comes back
different
up here. I don't.
clips.
How old is he?
Like 30,
But I doubt it.
35.
34. Where did,
maybe.
Give me,
I know.
how many times
I know a
have you
lot.
been
I know a lot of females.
Well, how many times have you been to Terrier's house?
I know a lot of
Once in like
females.
2018.
That's so
It
dehumanizing.
was like an apartment. It
Females.
wasn't a house though.
Apartment?
Yeah.
Do you remember what was near it?
I think it was like right on the main street.
What's the main street? There's a lot of
Like-
streets. Like is
Whatever
it near
street.
downtown?
What would be considered downtown?
Where all the bars.
He
are.
could
Yeah.
do that,
It-
Darlene.
Business district.
Or do you mean that's
That
what he was
probably
doing
near
with the
downtown?
phone number?
And a bunch of bars and a business district
I didn't-
right near there.
The only thing I can remember is a gas station, like a kitty quarter gas station. I think this street is like a one-way. Whatever street. is
Yeah,
right
and
here
you
is like a
pulled into the
one-way.
gas station by
And it's a gas
driving
station,
the
like,
wrong
right
way
here.
on a one-way street. But that was after you
Not a
assaulted
quick
your
trip.
ex-girlfriend, and you almost
Not a
hit the
speedway.
car
Like the blue and white.
head on, pulling onto that one-way street.
By our house.
We heard from
Something like
both
that.
cars
Anything you remember
stopped
like
at that
I
intersection.
know
Well, from
that
the drivers
park.
of those cars.
I know that park is by old girl's house.
By whose house? Stephanie?
Yeah.
He
Park,
could
what-
he could
Sure,
pull
I don't know the name of the
random
park, but it has like a
timestamps
little
out of the air too, though. That's why I was
creeper.
confused.
It was something going on out there yesterday to where a lot of shit was blocked off.
So you saw
I
that
don't-
stuff
I don't-
was
like
blocked
I said, I don't
off.
know about Waukesha. I don't know, but it
Oh,
seemed like everybody.
There was
at that
something
park
going
kinda
on
walking around
that a
that
lot
creek.
of shit was blocked off.
Playground type park or like a.
Like
So
a-
he
like a
noticed.
park. It seemed like a little creek or something. So I
That
don't
is
know if you would say a
bad
creek.
for him.
What would that be? But
River?
Would that be a river? Does Waukesha have a river? Well, I know it's just a small body of water. It's like, how would I describe it?
But there were barricades blocking some shit off here there?
No, it looked like in that area.
In that area?
In that area, it looked like a bunch of shit was like blocked. You couldn't go down certain streets or some shit.
It's
I don't
almost
know.
like
but
there was a parade
that park
down
is
Main
close
Street.
to the old girl's house where that's why I said, look, when our friend was like, you know, your baby mama trying to get in touch with you. And I'm like, what's up? What's she telling you? What's going on? And she was just like, well, she said
My
she got
dog
some money for you.
wouldn't go in the bathroom with
And I was
us
like, why would
because
she tell somebody else?
they were
That's what I
scared
started
of the
thinking at first.
shower.
Like, that's like, why is you think? Because she'll tell me the same thing. Don't tell people our business. So then when she put us in, when she merged us in, you out here, you out here, you out here. I'm like, man, yeah, but I'm like, what's up? Like, you got, yeah, okay, cool. You gonna fit? No, not staying out here like that. I'm watching the game and I'm gone.
So she tell you where to meet, or you tell her where?
She told me where to meet. I said, it's a gas station right here. And she was like, is it a park right there? I'm like, I don't know. Is it a park right here? They like, yeah, it's a park right down here, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, just meet me over there. I'll get the money from you, give you a hug, give you a kiss, and, you know, I'll call you later or whatever. It wasn't supposed to be us hanging out, spending time together. It wasn't that. It wasn't supposed to be that. She got mad because I didn't want to do that. That's why I kind of figured, but like I said, I didn't see her drink. I'm not going to sit here and say I saw her drink. I'm not going to lie on her. I didn't. But when she started acting like, yeah, you finna, that's when I kind of was like, she probably been drinking. She probably haven't just stopped drinking, but you was drinking sometime today.
She had one
I
drink.
know you was drinking sometime today. I didn't tell her that. I said, yeah.
She had
She
one
acting too.
Mike's Hard
You know what I mean?
beverage.
Oh, you just finna get, oh, you just think you finna get the money and leave, and you must got some bitch waiting on you, and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, see, this is why. This is why I just should have just watched the game and laughed, dude. Like,
All right. So
the fuck, man?
so you came out. How did you get out here again?
My friend.
What type of car does he drive?
Oh,
Definitely not a red Ford Escape. Definitely not a red Ford
Kia
Escape.
type of car. I don't know if it's a Kia, but it's a small 4-door car like that, in that type of model.
What color is it?
like 10.
And was it just the two of you that rolled out together? Did anyone
It was-
roll out from Milwaukee? With
No,
you?
it was just us two.
Two of us.
He
You guys
said
can't
he said there's probably was gonna be some chicks over there. You know, like I said, the Stephanie girl is an older woman. She, you know, likes to party, drink, you know, watch the game. She cooks.
Sure.
Cool, fuck it, let's watch the game. Shit, I was only gonna probably go to my mom's house and watch the game there, and my mom has to go to work. So I was just
Ford
gonna be there
almost
like this.
escaped.
Fuck it, might as well go. You know what I'm saying?
Did he offer to drive?
And at
you
the
or
same
you?
time,
Sorry.
cool, I can get the money from, you know, that she been holding for me.
Yeah. Did he offer to drive? What, I mean, do you have your own car? Did he offer to
No,
drive?
I don't.
How did you guys come
I
together?
don't own a vehicle.
Like I've said, my
No.
brother's
Car, you
corgi,
drive it all.
No. I have license.
his house and our house,
You have a,
I do have license.
the whole yard
but
is
no,
his.
no vehicle.
He has two houses.
Nieces, nephews, mom's car.
My niece and
doesn't have a
nephews will
vehicle.
come in
My
and
niece
he'll
is
follow.
working.
They'll walk out the door. He'll
Oh,
just
your mom.
randomly still be laying
My
down
mom
in the
doesn't even
kitchen.
know how to drive.
she doesn't
So
have a car,
so
doesn't
he's
know how to drive.
everybody's
She doesn't
buddy.
know how to drive.
Does
She
have a
never
car?
learned.
Okay. Does she have a car that she lets you use at all?
No.
Does she have a car
He's
at
a
all?
strange
That
dog.
she lets you
He
use? Does
cracks
she have
me
a
up.
car in her name at all?
I think she did at one point.
Does she right now?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I'm not gonna say no because
That's
I
the
don't
cat.
know. I honestly don't know. Me and my mom
Yes.
just
The cat is always
we was
plotting.
kind of having family issues for a while, so we didn't talk for a while.
Growing up,
Issues
my
that
Oma
didn't have
had
nothing to
an
do
evil
with
cat.
this. It was between me and her.
Evil.
So we started back.
I don't
talking when
like
I was in
cats.
Georgia. So whatever she had going on when I was on the West Coast, coming back to Milwaukee, I don't know. But I can tell you this: my mom is 60-some years old. She's never drove. She doesn't know how to drive. She doesn't even have a license.
Then why's her name associated with
She
the
catches the
Ford
bus for it.
almost escaped?
Which I don't like her doing because Milwaukee. So she has to go. She works at Freighter, so she has to go. The way her bus route goes, she has to go way up to like 92nd. And somewhere she told me they don't even have a bus depot thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's getting cold as shit, and it's dark out there, and she's just standing out there. And I was just like, damn, I don't want. So I'm like, you probably gonna have to change your route to catch the bus from downtown Milwaukee on Wisconsin Street, downtown Milwaukee, and then go up because I don't like her.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't like her doing that.
So you just argued a little bit, and then you're saying you walked away yesterday.
Yeah, I just told her. I'm not finna freaking. It was people out there. They would tell you I did not put my hands on this woman. I did
The
not
Ford
push this
evidence.
woman. I did not choke this woman.
People
I did not
like-
kick this woman. I did not grab this woman. I did not do
This
anything
woman.
to this woman.
People out there, as in like just regular old
Just
civilians.
regular
or like
civilians. Just
People
regular,
that know you.
regular civilians.
Did you meet her by yourself?
I met her by myself.
No one from the house went with you.
No one. And there was people walking up and down the street. Like I said, it was people.
She had
out.
two
It
friends
was
with her.
daytime, so it wasn't like we was just in some secluded area where it was just me and her.
She had
people out there.
Corey Runkle and the
Nobody that knows me.
enigmatic Nick.
Nobody that knows me.
who
I don't
we
know if it
have
was
not
anybody
heard
around
from.
that knows her, but I know people were walking up and down the street. People were walking around that park.
Sure.
It was like basically we were out in public. Like if we was out in public, if something would have happened, people would, yo, what the hell? Like, where was we gonna go to not?
Yeah, and her friends did that.
So, I might
It was
have missed
captured
this.
on
You
video.
were at the gas station or the park? I know
At
the
two
park, you're
different
right. You met her at
locations.
No, I'm saying the gas station. No, I met her at the park. The gas station was by the area that.
The gas
We were in.
station is
The
where
gas
you
station
almost
is
hit
by that
people
park.
trying to escape.
Yeah, I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which car were you in when you met her at the?
I didn't meet her in the car. I walked right over there. I walked right over there to the park, and she was
Yeah.
standing like right wherever
You
this
walked
entrance
over
to
by
this park
trying
is.
to run
Like
her
I said, it was
down in
people
the
everywhere.
Ford
Anybody would see her
battering ram.
standing out there. She was standing right there waiting for me. I walked up, gave her a hug, and I was like, and she was just like, well,
My
my friend
Oma's
has my
cat
purse, so I don't have the
would
money and all this. I'm
pretend
like, so
to
you
be
had
your
to come way out
friend.
here.
She'd
Like a power play.
weave through
That
your
basically
legs,
was like, yeah.
act like she
yeah.
wanted pets.
You know, you basically, you see
You'd
how
reach
fast
down
you
and
caught on
she'd
to that, and
try
I'm
to
just like,
take
you
your
had to
arm
come way
off.
out here. You know, I ain't even supposed to be around you like that. You had to come way
Evil.
out here to meet you. For you to try to play and shit like this, I said, no, man, I'm gone.
Yeah. So
I'm out.
It was daylight when you met up with her. Was it still daylight pretty much when you walked away from her?
Yeah, it was daylight the whole. This was broad daylight. That's what I'm saying. Like
I
people
can see that.
outside, everything going on, people walking around the park. I'm like,
My dad
anybody could have
wants a Maine
saw.
Coon.
Anybody would have saw us talking. Anybody would have saw if anything happened. Anybody would have saw.
But my
if
mom doesn't like
I
cats
did
either.
something to her, she did something to me. If I ran from the scene, if I did this, anybody would have seen it.
Do you know how she got out here to meet you out here? She didn't say?
She's apparently been staying out here.
Okay.
So
So
this is
Benji
what
the
she told
corgi
our mutual
is
friend.
probably
I don't
20
know if that's
pounds.
true.
All
I
right.
haven't
He gets
talked to her
bullied
and
by
haven't
the
seen her in
chickens.
like almost a month.
They peck at his
So I
butthole.
don't know.
You said you don't know where your phone is. We're talking your cell phone.
I know where his
Yeah.
phone
I'm not
is.
sure. Did you leave it? Do you keep that?
Did
with
you leave
Is
it
that
in
your
the
phone that you
Ford
have with you
left
all the time?
behind?
I don't know where it is. I don't have it. You seem confused. It's missing. Is that something?
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Like if you go somewhere, do you take your phone?
Absolutely. My mom just got me that phone. It's my first ever iPhone.
Okay.
I don't know if she was using it first kind of thing, but she was just like, I got a surprise for you. No, I never had an iPhone.
Hopefully we'll find it for you. And that's the number with the 610, if I had to call you after today, the 610, whatever.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. That's why I was asking him. I said, man, when I told him, I said, look, y'all reaching for my ID. That's why I said, how can y'all not find my flip-flops or my phone?
Because they weren't on you.
I had on some Green Bay Packers
You
flip-flops.
ditched them.
It was game day.
You ditched them. Just like you ditched your
And we
white
did stop
or
at
light gray
1 hour,
hoodie.
18 minutes and 2 seconds. Sir, with regard to this clip, you asked the defendant about his phone.
She's so
correct?
congested.
Yes, I did.
Did you know where his phone was when you asked him if he lost it?
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Still hasn't learned what hearsay is.
The phone was found inside the vehicle, so he didn't have it with him when he was
What
taken
vehicle?
into custody. The red Ford
Objection,
Escape.
leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
I'm sorry, the red Ford Escape.
And in whose name was that car registered?
Dawn Woods.
And what relationship is Dawn
It's
Woods to?
mommy's car.
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
She is his mother.
Mommy, who doesn't drive and has never driven, but has her name on a vehicle. Interesting.
Did you question, you're questioning about the phones, what significance, if any, did that have to you? Or why did you ask him about the phone? Strike the initial question. Why did you ask Mr. Brooks about the phone?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
The objection's overruled. Go ahead, you may answer.
One, to verify his contact information, but two, one, if we were to find the phone, it would help us know whether it is his. And if we were able to find a phone and we know it's his, knowing the phone number, including make and things of that nature, can help be used in location services at a later time to further verify that the suspect was Mr.
Tracking
Brooks,
data.
was
Oh.
in Waukesha at the time when these incidents occurred.
And again, at the time that you asked these questions, did you know that the phone had been located in the car, or you did not have that information at this time?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
What information at the time that you asked Mr. Brooks about the phone did you have about it?
Objection to the name.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Very little. At that point, I don't recall if I knew that the phone was inside of his mother's vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now directing you to
That's why my
the
dad
mark
wants
of
a
1
Maine
hour,
Coon.
19 minutes and 20 seconds to 1 hour, 38 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm sure the
Let's play
squirrels in the
that portion
backyard wouldn't find them
of
to
the
be
interview.
gentle giants. We had a Malamute that squirrels were her favorite snack. She loved eating squirrels. She'd catch rats, but they were just toys for her to toss up and down in the air. She'd eat squirrels. It's funny seeing the long squirrel tail hanging out of her mouth.
That she drinks.
So after you talk to her, Darrell,
So if
um,
Scooby-Doo is
where
a
did you go? Do you have a?
Great Dane,
They found you.
what would
Hold
the
it,
Maine Coon
Did you have a
counterpart's
Did you have a
name
jacket with
be?
you?
I didn't initially have a jacket because, like I said, I was riding with somebody else. So I figured
So
You didn't initially have a jacket
I
because you were
didn't,
riding
because
with
I
someone
figured
else. You had a
I'm
hoodie.
going from
It's on video.
the house right to wherever we're going. So it wasn't, to me, it wasn't like I'm finna hang out with y'all all night type of deal. We was just supposed to be watching the game, having a few cold ones,
And then run away.
and then I was getting dropped back off home.
So what happened, Darrell, where you ended up? So I know you say you're not familiar with the area.
At all.
I'll lay this out for you.
At
So
all.
follow me for a minute.
How did you end up on Elizabeth
You say you're
Street?
kind of near this park. I got an idea in my head of where you're talking, based on my knowledge of the city. It's right near Stephanie's where you're hanging around watching the game and Marcus is there. You came out here with your phone because you take it with you. How did you end up at this guy's house? Now you said when you walked away from Erica, did she go the other way?
I don't.
You walked away.
From what I remember,
And remember,
she just stood there.
he walked away from
She was just standing
Erica
there like,
on the other side of
Right,
the
So you
park.
walked away and it was over.
How
It
did
was
you
over.
end up
It was over.
on
How
Elizabeth
did
Street?
you end up at a guy's house asking to use his phone, which is blocks away from Stephanie's? Okay, I can tell you that based on my knowledge.
It's a good
Based on
mile
approximately where you're
and a
talking
half away.
without your phone in your shoes. You understand where that's kind of weird?
He
How did you get to be over
teleported.
there? What happened?
yeah, what basically happened with that was when I got back over here by old girl house, I just said, because I don't really know Stephanie like that. It's my friend's friend or partner or whatever.
That's a
whatever
good
the case may
evasive
be.
answer.
They was getting into it about pretty much the same thing that I was getting into it with Erica about. I was just like,
Hey,
him,
who's him?
Marcus, him, her, and whoever else, Stephanie.
Was there anyone else there other than?
Yeah, at her house, yeah.
Okay.
A few girls that I didn't know, but they had already said it was gonna be people over here.
Okay. All right. So
I was pissed because I feel like I just met up with her, with my baby's mama. I just met up with her for absolutely nothing. You tell me, okay,
My sister has
you out
a
here in Waukesha.
Bernese mountain dog.
I'm out here, let's meet up. I got your money, and then I walk over here.
I keep trying to
and you
convince
don't
her
have
to
money.
change his
Or
name to
you do or you
Goofy
don't. You just ain't gonna get
because
it.
I think he
However the case may
looks
be, so
like
I'm just like,
the
okay, whatever.
Disney
Well, hold on.
dog.
So
I
when
know
I
that
get back-
got you pissed, but
She
When I
doesn't
get
like
back
me
over there,
saying
I'm
that.
pissed. They was getting into it, and he like, man, come on, bro, we just
I
finna
want to
go.
get
We just
a
finna go. And I'm like,
Great
what the fuck
Pyrenees.
going on? Like, I just got into it with it. Now y'all
All
into
of
it, like,
them
man,
that
this
I've
bitch
met have
tripping,
been so
whatever,
friendly.
let's go.
They're
I'm
just
like,
big, giant floof
nah,
balls.
nah, no. I'm like, I'm out, dog. And I just started
Marcus
walking.
wanted to leave.
He wanted to leave, but I don't know what the fuck he was on. Doobie, he probably didn't
Yep.
even get into it.
Big
with
dogs
her.
are the
He
best
out there like, man,
dogs.
let's just go, bro. Let's just go, bro.
My
How long
aunt
have you
and
known
cousin
Marcus?
both
I know
have
Marcus for
long-haired
years.
German shepherds.
Years.
They're so pretty.
I'm gonna be straight with you because you've been asking me for that all along. That doesn't make sense. Listen to me, okay? Just listen to me.
The detective is
You
telling
go
the
to this
truth.
house.
Brooks's
You leave.
story
It was,
makes no sense.
that wind was cold as hell.
Not at first.
Well, by the time it was getting later in the day, I mean, after the Packer game, you're talking 3:30, 4 o'clock, it was getting cold. I was outside for a while.
We have magpies too.
By the time you're talking,
They used to
it was
tease
getting
our
cold.
Malamute mercilessly.
Marcus is ready to leave because this bitch is being crazy. He's like, I'm out. You just went through the same experience from what you're telling us. You live in Milwaukee.
I don't know what
Hold on,
exactly
hold on,
happened with
hold
him,
on.
though.
I told you to let me wait out. I know you don't know exactly what happened. But who are you going to trust more? Marcus, who you've known for years, or Stephanie? Why would you walk
Marcus, who he's known for
away,
years,
walk all the way down to where you did,
but doesn't know his last
leave your phone in
name.
the apartment apparently,
No, I didn't.
along with your
I
sandals,
didn't leave it. I didn't leave it.
and go down to where you were and not take the ride back to Milwaukee? You follow what I'm saying?
Right.
Can you understand?
I don't know if
why
he
that
left and
doesn't
went
make
back to
sense.
Milwaukee though. I don't know if he did that.
But how are you going to get back if you don't get in the car?
I called an Uber. That's what I did.
So what happened? How did you get all the way to where you went? Because there's all these businesses in between.
Until our
where you
dog
were and
got
where you
real
got.
old. He was
How did you end up
he was
in a
good
random
about it.
house without
Of course,
your shoes?
he was an outside dog.
This is what I'm saying.
We had a collie
had
and
my
the
flip-flops
Malamute,
on.
and
I
they
had 'em.
spent
I
most of their
just
time
said that.
Where
outside.
did they go?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if when they slammed me down, they just never. I don't know.
You weren't slammed down.
I'm knocked on 2 doors, not just the one.
So you had your flip flops.
I had my Green Bay Packer flip flops on. Yes,
Green Bay Packer. Okay.
that's what I'm saying. I wasn't just walking around with no shoes. That didn't happen until after the fact. That's what I'm trying to say. Like,
So I guess another question I would have for you is if you had your
So the
phone,
Maine
too,
Coon
correct?
is Samson,
Yeah.
I take it.
no. That's why I was telling you it should have been on the grass. Remember, I described the phone to you. I said it's black. It has a cracked screen.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Why are you asking other people to use their phones? Why is that guy letting
My
you-
phone was dead.
Okay. When did it die?
I have no idea. And I didn't have a charger.
But you used it for the 3-way call.
No, I used his phone for the 3-way call. Like I said, we got a mutual friend named Michelle. Me and Erica do. I've known Michelle just as long as I've known her. She was the one that was telling me what's going on with you and your baby mama. Y'all not talking because she's trying to get in touch with you. I said, yeah, I know she probably trying to get in touch with me. Well, I'm finna merge y'all. That's how I end up talking to her and telling her I'll walk over and meet you to get the money or whatever, get you a hug, get you a kiss, whatever. I had my flip flops on then. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't just.
But how did you lose the flip
He was making
flops?
it
Was
seem
the
like I was
question.
just running around with no shoes to begin with.
Right.
It's like, no.
I mean, it was pretty cold. You didn't have a jacket or a sweatshirt.
Well, I didn't have a jacket to begin with.
How
I
did you
didn't have a
lose the
to begin with,
jacket?
but I'm saying my shoes, I had flip flops.
How did you lose them?
I never had a jacket. I had flip flops. Green Bay Packer flip
Flip-flops, no
flops.
jacket.
Right, because I didn't feel like I was gonna be like I'm not gonna be outside. Well, I'm thinking I'm not gonna be outside.
He is
If I'm just
so
going from
full of it.
a car to a house, there's no reason for me
It's
to
almost
have
like
a coat on
he
or
ditched the
at
hoodie
least that's how I'm thinking. I
because it
always
was
do. That's just
identifying,
like if I had a car
and so he
and I
ditched
know
it
I'm finna go
for
somewhere,
his escape.
and I'm like, I'm just going from here
But
to here.
going in a
Well, no
t-shirt
reason
after
for
that
me to
made
just
him
get all
conspicuous.
undressed and do all this and that. There's no
When
reason for
were
me.
there still a bunch of people out when you left? When you left her
It was
house?
it was still daytime.
Okay,
it
you
was
said
still
there were a bunch
daytime.
of people when you were talking to Erica. There was still a bunch of people when you left Stephanie's.
When I was no, I wasn't talking.
When you left Stephanie's,
It was still daytime.
it was still daytime?
Yes.
Okay. Were there still a lot of people out?
It was
Kinda
still
like there
it was
were-
still people out.
Okay.
It was still people out. Not a lot in that area. By the park, it was a lot of people out.
Okay.
Like I said, it looked like
A parade crowd
I don't know
of
what they
people.
but it was a lot of people out, and it was like I said, it was people. It was older couples walking down the street. It was younger people walking down the street. People
Looked
just
like an
It was
event or something
parade
going on?
floats driving down
I
Main
don't
Street.
know, but it kind of seemed like it was a lot. Like it was something going on to where it was vibrant because there was a lot of people everywhere,
Walking up and down the street.
everywhere.
And you just had to figure out what it was, so you
That's what I'm saying,
drove
like,
through the middle of it.
If I got into a fight with her right there, it would be
Somewhere.
impossible for
It was
somebody to not be like,
curiosity.
hey, this guy's fighting this chick or whatever the case may be. Like, how could somebody
Curiosity
not see
didn't kill the cat;
How
it
long
killed
was
the
it
dancing
between
grannies.
Even Stephanie's and those cops yelling at you at the door of that guy's house.
Was it dark when they yelled at you?
Yeah, by the time they came, it was dark.
Okay.
But we had been sitting out there. We had been sitting out there for a minute, me and the guy. We were sitting right there on the porch. We were just sitting there.
To find how long, estimate.
Maybe 20, 30 minutes, maybe. Okay. It wasn't long, but it was long enough for, like, 'cause like I said, he let me use his phone. We sat on the porch. We were sitting right there, just like this, just sitting on the porch. While I called me an Uber. I called the Uber. I said, look, man, I let him know. I said, look, I ain't trying to rob you or nothing like that. Because when I knocked on the door, he kind of was like, whoa. I'm like, look, I don't got no weapons. I'm not trying to break in your house. I'm not trying to rob you. Nothing like that, dog. I just need to call an Uber. That's it. I'm not.
I think that's what it was.
Okay, I'll come out. Boom.
The straw man held him hostage.
What's your address? He told me the address.
Was in the back seat, held a gun to his head.
He was just sitting there waiting.
And said,
That's how I was
drive.
going to get back home. I told him, I said, I got.
But
the
we
money on
couldn't
my
see
card.
the straw man
I'm not
because of
asking
the
you for no
tinted
money.
windows.
I just need to use your phone. That's it. That was it. That was all. And then from there, we sat on the porch and just shot the shit out of him.
I'm saying, you told me last night he was cool with that. Like, he wasn't.
Yeah,
he wasn't being weird. He was just like, oh yeah, I'll help you out.
Yeah, we just sat there on the porch. And he did ask me, he said, do you need a jacket? I said, no, I'm straight.
I mean,
Like, I
you
home
can
as soon as the Uber
spread the
come. I
straw
know it's
man
probably
out
gonna
on the
cost me
floor
cheap.
for when your dog
Probably like
has an
$40 to
accident.
get from me. I'm guessing. I don't know, but probably. But I had enough on my card to where I knew I can get home, and that was the main thing. I'm like, I'm just going home.
You
She can
knew
keep the
you
money
could
or
get
whatever.
home. You're
I
not
didn't
going
even
home.
Try
Ever.
to contact her further. I just was like, I'm gone. I'm calling this
Yeah.
Uber and I'm going home. That's it.
Let me ask you this, Darrell. So you weren't out in Waukesha Saturday, just Sunday,
Yes, sir.
right? Okay. Nothing physical yesterday. Like I told you, you're a part in the investigation. There's a lot of parts, right? In the investigation, there's people we talk. Well, this domestic abuse thing I'm telling you about, right? Okay.
So wait.
Hold on. Let me go.
I'm sorry.
You
I just
talked
had a
about-
question, but
You talked about being a religious man, right?
I can
He
do better.
performatively reads the Bible.
We all could.
I'm not.
We all could.
No,
That's
that's
why.
perfect.
That's why.
Yesterday was a mistake. I should have just freaking watched the game and just fucking went home.
Right.
Because
Yes,
That's the thing.
you
What
should
do
have.
they teach us in Christianity? Darrell, that they teach us that we're broken, right? We're sinners. Even when we're born sinners. We're broken. That's why
Psalm
we're
51,
so
17.
thankful for God's grace and forgiveness, right? When we ask for it. Even though we don't deserve it. But when we ask for it, he gives it. All right? You're a father. You got 3 children, 18.
Those
18,
poor
14,
kids.
7.
Yes, sir.
All right, you got a mama that raised you well, and a God you believe in.
Absolutely.
All right, and all of them are. Here's the thing they'll all want is to tell that you're telling the absolute whole truth and nothing but the truth, right?
Absolutely.
So help you God, right?
Absolutely.
Sound familiar? We've all heard that, right? And I just have concerns if I fact check that Darrell's not telling me the truth.
He lies
You don't have a car,
so
so
easily.
Marcus had to bring
He
you out.
lies
You
easier
don't
than
own a
he
car, your mom
breathes.
doesn't own a car, right? So Marcus had to bring you out. So why did we find you with a car key in your pocket?
It wasn't in my pocket. I don't even know where they said that was laying on the ground.
That's yours.
And it wasn't a Kia
It should have
key.
been by my ID.
Yeah, it's yours. It's your car key, okay? Because it goes to a Ford Escape in your mom's name and covered in Waukesha. Okay.
About a block from where you were.
I'm trying to be as open and honest with you as I can be. You know, I'm Christian too, and believe me, I'm not perfect. And neither are you. And I'm not calling you a terrible man.
I
I'm
am.
not saying you were out yesterday hunting and just
Well,
let me finish.
I'm not calling him a
You
man,
did not walk to that house. You did.
but he
not
is
walk to
terrible.
that house. You did not come here in a tan Kia. You didn't.
And who?
You did not come out here in a tan Kia.
Yes. Yes.
You
If
got a
only
key
there were a
in
wizard
your
to
pocket,
give this moron a
car,
brain.
your mom's name, okay? And that key works for that car.
That's probably what he's
For the
thinking.
love of God, Marcus.
Unfortunately for him,
For yourself.
they don't have
your
to show a
family.
motive.
You know what happened yesterday for the people. Tell me what happened
Well, what?
with the car,
What am I being
with your
investigated
mom's
for?
car. You were driving goofy, people called you in, you drove out of there in your mom's car, the red car, you're driving a little silly, probably because you're pissed. You met up with Erica in the car at the park. Now, initially, I believe you told us the gas station, do I have that right? And then you changed it to the park, so that's an
No,
inconsistency.
I said the house was by the gas station. When you said what was by.
You said you went
Landmark.
and it was by a gas station, that's where you met her.
No. I said I met her at the park.
Okay.
At a
Well,
creek.
you met her,
I did say that.
you met her at the park in your mom's car,
Mm-hmm.
a red Ford Escape.
That's on video.
She got in, you talked, and what you're telling me seems pretty consistent, that there was nothing physical between the two of you.
No, I didn't. No,
But you met her in the car.
It's on video.
I didn't put my hands on her or nothing.
But you met her in the car.
It's on video. You
What's
putting
going
your hands
on?
on her and her friend
That's
Corey
the question.
Just
Runkle.
be-
You were out there
Just tell
driving
me
kind
what's
of
going
crazy.
on.
Some people said you were driving kind of crazy. We got reports.
That would be an
You
understatement.
got the key, you got the car. Did you take the car or did your mom give you the car? I know you know what car I'm talking about.
I just want to know. So
Some people
Now,
reported,
listen,
you had all those
okay,
people
no,
out
no,
there,
no,
and they
no.
reported that car driving a bit erratic.
I know what you're saying. All I'm saying is this. We all been straight up with each other. You knew it was more to what you was asking me yesterday.
Didn't know
That
for
would
sure.
explain the FBI and all that, right?
They're not here today. So if it's that big a deal, you don't see them here today.
Come on, Kurt. Hey, we been.
You're still playing dumb.
We been cool, man, the whole time. If I did something wrong,
that's why they were here.
Just
You
like
see
the
them here today.
prosecution.
They're not here today.
Yeah,
He's
but-
going down the line.
lie
He's
to
going
me.
down the
You
timeline.
made it seem like they just come for no reason.
Well, here's the thing, Darrell.
And I'm like, what if it's
Listen to
that?
me for a minute.
I apologize.
I can give you a clean slate here.
I apologize.
Because you have lied to us as well. Because you came out here in the red Ford Escape. Okay, that is.
There was no Kia
you came out
involved.
here, You had the key.
Marcus probably doesn't even exist.
So what I want to do is try to give us all a chance to reset. You understand what I'm saying? Start over. Because you're not giving us an accurate story. You didn't ride out with Marcus in a tan car. You said your mom doesn't have a car. I've just told you we've disproven that. All right? I don't know what kind of woman she is. I don't know what you all been through. But you were seen in the car driving kind of acting a fool. Okay?
Kind of.
In basically the same area that you've already been able to describe to me. I'm just trying to figure out how and why it happened. What made you tear out of there? What made you so mad where you're like, fuck it, and you raced on out of there? And then people go, man, this guy's, he's driving around here kind of fast.
All I want to know, like I said, y'all been cool with me. Am I charged with anything? That's all I want to know. I'll tell you.
You will
anything
be.
You want to know.
They're still
Right
figuring
now,
out what all to
listen.
charge you with
I
at
was-
that point.
You were driving a bit
So,
reckless.
listen,
Might
I
be an
was
OWI.
so- listen. No, I don't drink. That
You said you had a couple cold ones during the game.
No, yeah, but I'm saying the hard alcohol is not my thing. I was not drunk when you get the.
Did they accuse you of being drunk?
And the video stopped at 1 hour, 38 minutes, 30 seconds.
Write that down,
Doctor,
Brooke.
can you explain what was occurring here during this clip?
The objection is noted. It's overruled. Go ahead. You may answer.
So in this clip here, my goal and intentions were with Mr. Brooks to start getting into the details of him driving the red Ford Escape through the parade route, and to begin confronting him with information about the Ford Escape key that had been found in his pocket. Obviously, to this point, Mr. Brooks had told us his mother didn't have a vehicle that she let him use. He didn't know if she had one at all. The vehicle was in his name.
Is it his name?
I'm sorry, in his mother's name, Mrs. Woods, Dawn Woods. He'd stated he didn't have a vehicle at all.
Objection, lady.
The previous objection, it's noted, it's overruled. The witness may continue.
He had made statements earlier in the interview he didn't have a vehicle at all that he had ridden out in the Kia, which is not true. The investigation showed Mr. Brooks came out here in the red Ford Escape by himself. So he was in fact in possession of a vehicle. He was in fact driving a vehicle. In regards to the area, you know, it should be known that Mr. Brooks's description of the park, Frame Park is the park where parade I should say people in the parade, whoever they might have been, lined up. They were lining up at Frame Park. Frame Park is a park that has a body of water, as Mr. Brooks described, more specifically the Fox River running through it. So he was able to describe that park. There were people everywhere walking up and down the street, just as he said. Streets were closed off via barricades, via marked squad cars, via police tape. So he was able to describe that, and the way he described the area was exactly almost how the area looked with the parade. It was extremely crowded due to the people marching in the parade. It was in fact shown to be daylight when Mr. Brooks met with Miss Patterson and then departed from Miss Patterson. It is something we learned, and I was able to confirm that based on how he described it. And you know, furthermore, you know, he describes and he gives the impression, Mr. Brooks does, that, well, if I was in a domestic, someone would have seen it. Someone would have seen it.
They did.
There were all the people there, and there were, but it's not necessarily going to be seen as easily as Mr. Brooks was trying to lead me to believe, because it took place inside of the vehicle. Mr. Brooks did not walk to the park to meet Miss Patterson. That was proven as evidence in this investigation. He drove there and met up with her in Dawn Woods' red Ford Escape, which is the same vehicle after departing the park, drove along Main Street in Waukesha through the parade route.
The key found
Objection. The car traveled through the
in the defendant's
parade.
pocket. Did that operate the red Ford Escape that was eventually located that was registered to Dawn Woods?
Objection. That's been answered.
It hasn't.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
There's never any depiction of a key being found.
There
in his
is.
pocket.
The objection is noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
The
Yes, it
cops
did.
testified
And,
yesterday about
You know, as we
finding the
discussed
key
the
in his
key
pocket.
more, you can even hear in there that Mr. Brooks acknowledges it should have been near his ID.
Didn't that parade know
And
he
was
has
his
the
ID also found in
constitutional
his
right to
pocket?
travel?
Yes, it was.
Please wait till I rule on the objection.
He
Sustained as to the
answered
form of the
before
question,
the
I'll strike
objection
last
was
answer.
made.
Please rephrase.
Where was his ID found?
In his pocket.
And the information you had, where was the key found?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Objections hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Objection.
He was
It's
found in his
devastating to my case.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Now, you also talked to
Stop
Mr.
with the
Brooks
commentary,
about his
Brooks.
phone. Where
You're
did
going to
he
be removed
say
again if you keep up the
his phone
commentary.
was?
According to Mr. Brooks, at this point, the phone should have been near him. I believe he said in the grass.
And what did you take that to mean? It should have been near him in the grass.
That he
Objection.
lost it being
That was
tackled
never
when he
stated.
wasn't tackled.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I would interpret it as right next to him where he was arrested.
Okay, that's what it's just where he was arrested.
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled. The answer may be given.
Yes.
After the defendant met with Erica Patterson, what did he describe his emotion as being?
Angry, frustrated over the fact that Miss Patterson brought him to the park
Yes.
and did not have the money to provide him that she indicated to him prior to that she would have.
Where did he say his flip-flops were?
Objection answered.
It wasn't
Overruled. The
answered.
witness may answer.
Well, when he indicated that he departed Stephanie's house, they were on his feet. However, during the course of his arrest, he indicates he doesn't know where they went. So somehow, apparently, they, I guess, according to Mr. Brooks, disappeared.
Driving through the
Now,
crowd of
the
people
clothes that the
knocked them off
defendant's
his
wearing
feet,
in this
clearly.
video, specifically the red shirt, was that a shirt that was provided to him by law enforcement?
Objection hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, ma'am, that's the same shirt he was wearing at the time of his arrest.
Did he indicate to you during this interview whether or not he had a coat?
Objection. So on the video.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Mr. Brooks indicated that he
He's
did not.
testifying
And how
about
long did
what's
he
on the
say he was on the
video.
porch
His
with the
testimony,
homeowner whose house he was
is
arrested at?
the witness evidence.
Objection. Relevancy.
The
Overruled. The
videos,
witness may answer.
I believe it
An
was
exhibit.
like 20 to 30 minutes.
he still has to testify
The weather
about what's
that
in
evening,
the exhibit.
was that an appropriate shirt to be wearing for 20 to 30 minutes
Exactly.
outside?
I want to
Objection.
know what the sandwich was.
Relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, it was not.
I mean, we have the dude's address.
I want to draw your attention
I'm-
to the video.
Maybe
I'd
I
like to
need
play
to
1 hour,
mail him a
40
letter
minutes,
asking him
0
about the
seconds
sandwich.
to 1 hour, 41 minutes.
I'm not
and
going
30
to, and you
seconds.
shouldn't either. But I want to
You may play
know.
that now. Go ahead.
Objection, you're skipping
Not
parts of the video.
Right, so what had you so mad? Because you had your mom's car. Or I don't know if you use it. Who uses it? You got the key in the car. Is it hers? Is it yours that she lets you use? Let's clean that part up. Whose car is it?
It's my mom's car.
Okay. How often do you drive it?
Not very much.
It's the red Ford Escape.
It's all I want to know. Please, just please. Whatever you can't tell me, I understand. I understand. All I want to know, just so I can have a peace of mind.
I'm shocked that in real time they haven't gone to lunch yet.
Well, the fact you were kind of racing around up and down the street. That's the first part,
That's evil.
right?
That's evil of you, Teresa.
So we're not quite there yet. I'm trying to figure out if I've got all my
And now
facts
I
right.
want a sandwich.
So this wasn't a three-way call. Let's back up to there for a second. How did you come to meet her in the park?
I can't believe they haven't gone to lunch yet
But y'all not
in
y'all
real
can't tell me
time.
nothing.
It's approaching
Well, you were driving-
12:30 there.
And the video stopped at 1 hour, 41 minutes and 30
I
seconds.
mean, we're a little behind still.
Sir, is this the
But
first
it's
time
12:24 and
in this
they're still
interview
going.
that Mr. Brooks acknowledged knowing about the red Ford Escape?
Objection, leading, and that was not stated.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may
I
answer.
don't consent to being called that name for the record.
Who cares?
Yes, that is the first time.
No. Again, Mr. Brooks is asking about the charges. Did you
I
recall
hope
seeing
he's
that on this
haunted
clip as well as
by
the
the
clip containing
consequences
within
of
1
what
hour,
he did.
19 minutes,
Like I
and 20
said,
seconds, and
I
1
hope
hour,
he's
38
haunted by the
minutes and 30
memory
seconds?
of the
Objection,
deliciousness
leading,
of that
question.
sandwich as he eats
Overruled. The witness may
Nutrilo
answer.
for the next
Yes, I
70
recall that.
years.
And again, what was the significance of that question in terms of timing of both clips?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Well, to that point,
Leading is the objection of the
I've been
day.
talking about the domestic abuse incident with Mr. Brooks, and I started talking to him about driving and just driving kind of fast. I had not noted to Mr. Brooks yet at that point that he had struck anybody. It seemed to me, based on Mr. Brooks's behavior, reasonable to believe that Mr. Brooks, it was clear to me he could remember something else happening, and I could
And
sense
he was
what
trying
Mr.
to
Brooks
figure
was
out
attempting
what
to do at
the
that point was
cops
draw
knew.
out of me more information. And again, as I stated in my earlier testimony, to gauge his truthfulness, I wanted to hear what he had to tell me about the incident before giving him too much specific detail. At this
What
point,
about
Mr. Brooks,
liverwurst kale
for example, Ms. Woods'
sandwiches?
vehicle, he indicated she did not own one. He had lied to me. There is the risk if I start giving him too much specific information, he's going to create a lie about what I gave him and so on. So Mr. Brooks kept insisting to know the charges before talking to me, but for the integrity of the investigation, that was something I couldn't and wouldn't provide him.
And I'm sure charges hadn't
Direct your
been filed at
attention
that
to
point.
1 hour, 44 minutes, 30 seconds, and playing until 1 hour, 45 minutes and 35 seconds.
Write it down,
It
Brooks.
is at 1 hour, 44
Write
minutes,
those
30 seconds now.
timestamps
I ask
down.
that it be played.
Objection.
I want to tell you that.
What's the objection?
That's what it is.
It's already in as evidence.
It's all fact gathered.
I just feel like y'all know more than what y'all say though, and that's what has me like.
Oh,
Like,
what's in the
watch
bag?
this.
Is it a sandwich? Is
I
that a sandwich
cooperate
in the
when
bag?
No cooperation with me. Nothing I'm saying is gonna help me.
I mean, like, it doesn't make sense to that we're trying to gather the facts.
Yeah, man, yeah.
I think
I
it's
mean,
a
I'm not
different
saying it doesn't make
sandwich.
sense, okay, what you guys are doing. I'm just saying, I don't want to get railroaded by people not being honest. That's all I'm saying. If I don't know what I'm looking at, it's like, what the hell? Like, why should I just sit here and be like, oh, this is everything and blah 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 blah, and then people come back and be like, okay, now so now we're gonna charge you with this and this and this and this and this when y'all knew this from.
You've got to say this and this and this and
Well,
this
we don't know that we're gonna charge you.
72 more times.
Fact
And
gathering,
it's like,
we're asking
dude.
the questions about, you know what I mean? That's why we're.
What's going on here, sir? Oh, I'm sorry. For the record, it stopped at 1 hour, 45 minutes and 36 seconds.
Thank you. Go ahead, you answer.
So at this point, Mr. Brooks is still continuing to try to determine what exactly, he's being charged with.
Showing he knows
Another
he could
part
be
of this
charged with a
investigation
lot
is
more
it
than
was so
domestic
broad.
violence.
I didn't know exactly what some of those charges even were going to be. I had an idea, but I didn't know exactly. And in reality, what we wanted to know at that point is where he drove, have him tell us where he drove and why he did it. But Mr. Brooks just was not willing to indicate that to us and explain that to us without us telling him what specific charges he was
Exactly.
looking at. And
And
this is a
plus,
theme
I
that
think
continued over.
he's on trial
several
for
hours.
76 counts.
Direct your attention
I
to
think
1 hour,
they
49 minutes
charged
and
initially
36 seconds.
more like
Playing
87
until
counts.
1 hour, 54 minutes and 30 seconds. And it is starting at 1 hour, 49 minutes and 36
He brings out the pettiness in me, Teresa. I'm not usually a petty person, but he's so
I'm getting
awful
railroaded.
that I can't
I
help
know
it.
I am. No, y'all not telling me what's really going on.
That's not railroading you.
Truth either.
I know, but and what I was saying was,
I had an issue. So when you left, you guys met in the car. You didn't walk there. She got in the
if
car.
I tell you everything that happened, and y'all gonna be straight up with me about what I'm facing. That's all I want to know.
Well,
I don't want to know anything else.
Tell them that you drove through the parade,
hey, man,
and they'll tell you
this is
you're
this,
facing multiple
that is
murder counts.
This is this. I just want to know. Just
So I don't know the entirety
just
right
for the
now.
fact, just for the fact that, like I said, my girls.
Yeah, no, I got you. I don't know the entirety right now. So while I'm here, a couple of officers talked to Erica. I'm not the only one working on it, so I don't know everything. I got a report to a boss, so I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet. And that part's not a lie. I don't know exactly everything that's going to be yet. I'm just trying to figure out to get to that point where I can have a clear idea and call who I need to call to get some of the information to find that all out. I'm trying to get a clear idea of what really happened regarding you and her. And when you drove away, where you were going. Or did you not know? You know what I'm saying? Because right now, I don't know everything.
Wow.
Because I'm out here and they're out
Wow.
there. Oh, Waukesha.
Right.
That was
and I'm
almost
like,
as good
how
as
long do I gotta
Anselmo.
sit?
Wow.
Skigo.
How long do I gotta sit in this jail before
Anselmo
I
being
can call somebody?
the
Get a phone
frauditor,
call,
auditing America,
let my daughters know,
or
hey
auditing
man,
the
I don't know
USA,
what's
whatever.
going on,
He's
but it's
awful.
good to hear your voice. Are y'all okay?
Yeah, we're trying to
Can't watch
trying to get to that point.
even
Darrell,
the
but
commentary videos about him.
the question I asked you when you left, where were you going? Did you know or did you not know? Were you just mad and you left? Where were you going when you initially drove off? That's easy. If you didn't know where the hell you were going, or you didn't have an idea, or you didn't have a particular destination in mind, so be it. And we've been talking a couple hours. You want to sit and eat a minute?
I wish they had some Tylenol.
Aw.
I've
Is
been
your
trying to fight
shoulder
this
hurting?
pain, man, since
They might. I don't know.
they show.
I don't know how. Did you ask them?
Yes.
So they don't.
They just said they'll
Poor
see.
little shoulder.
We'll see. It hurt worse now than it did yesterday, or last night rather.
Yeah, it's gonna be sore.
It's
See you in a
definitely
bit.
sore.
There's no doubt about that.
Getting close to the point where I just pause it and take my lunch break and then
Yeah,
restart
we
it
can-
and
we can-
fast
how about we
forward
see if-
after.
Want me to see if I can find some?
Yeah, I just wanted.
Let me see if I can find something.
Not to
so
that
many
point
things
yet,
going through my
though.
mind right now. The pain.
You don't know.
I didn't even know she called the word.
She didn't call.
I
us.
knew
They
to
called
expect a
someone
long
else.
day.
I know you said you lost your phone, or you didn't
Yeah.
know where it went dead, and now you don't know where it is. If we find it, so we know it's yours, can get it back to you. I know you said it's cracked, but
No, well, the screen is cracked, but it has a. I don't think it went all the way to the
what's
glass.
the code? So we know it's yours, and if we can try to return it.
It doesn't have a number code. It has, you have to
Can you draw it?
do it with that.
Can you draw it?
It's dead. It's not even gonna turn on.
Well, yeah, but
12:33.
we don't want to give it to somebody else.
Wisconsin time, they're still going. And remember, a hungry jury's an angry jury.
It's a 7.
Give them a sandwich.
Typically, it's
The phone is dead. So
like I said, we can charge it. I don't want somebody else to say, "Oh, that's my phone."
You
Now we're
can
giving
draw
your
it.
property to somebody else.
wait a minute. So that sounds like y'all got my phone.
If we find it, I didn't say we had it. I said if we find it.
It's a 7.
All right, so in that direction? Okay. All right, so this way down? Okay. No, I don't know if they have it now, but if we find it, you don't have it, so it I would think to be somewhere in the area of that house.
Might be in a red Ford almost escaped.
And the video stopped at 1 hour, 54 minutes, 30 seconds. Can you explain to the jury what just happened in this clip?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
What happened
The witness
is
answer.
not leading.
So in this clip, there's a couple things. First, obviously, the conversation with Mr. Brooks at this point has gotten into the parade issue, the driving issue, which is a little bit more serious. I noted that for the first time in a long time.
That's a distinct possibility.
He began bringing up pain in his
Of course,
shoulder
if it
again,
is sandwiches,
something he hadn't been doing for quite some
they
time
wouldn't be
up
hot.
to that point.
Presumably.
It seemed and felt deceptive, as if it was perhaps a stalling tactic. The other issue became, in the context, was the phone. So the phone that we ultimately recovered from Mr. Brooks.
I wonder if I have
one
another
was
pumpkin
an
cookie
Apple
in the
iPhone.
kitchen.
That is the
Or-
code I was specifically
or if they were
requesting from
finished.
Mr. Brooks at this point. We have forensic analysts who download electronic devices. Those could be DVR systems, computers, but most oftentimes in our technology today, they're cell phones. And when I provided that code to Detective David Fine, who does that type of work,
I haven't had
indicated
Subway
that
in
could not be the
years.
code, as the Apple iPhones
Got so sick of
did not have
Subway
swipe codes. They should have had numerical facial
remodeling
recognition.
investment properties.
Thank you. Directing you now
We
to
ate
2
Subway
hours,
for
2 minutes,
dinner
30 seconds, and playing
so
until 2
often
hours,
just
5
'cause
minutes,
no
and
time to
45
cook.
seconds.
I can't eat it
And
anymore.
it is starting at 2:02:30.
For me to look forward to, but it's like this woman, man, and I love her to death, man. I want her to be my wife, man, but
He loves her to death, as in
I just wish
he
somebody
was
could tell her
prepared to
that.
kill her.
Like, I wish somebody could really tell her, like, man, this dude loves you, man. Why are you doing this to this guy, man? He literally wants to marry you. 16 years, man, off and on.
16 years
I'm not
since she was
gonna go
15.
mess with nobody else, man. That's the person that I want to be with, but I'm not gonna continue to be the scapegoat because you want to drink. And when you know I don't, you making it seem like I just beat up on you. Like I'm just like you're a punching bag or something.
Yeah. We saw her
Oh.
black eye that you gave her.
Wake up and be like, oh, bitch, I'm gonna hit you. Well, I'm like, what? It's like almost like I'm demonized here. Like,
I'm not saying you're a demon.
no, not you, not y'all saying that, but it's just I feel that way because
You're trying to just.
I know you heard that. Oh my God. Oh, that fucking hurt.
Sure.
I know you heard that.
I heard it. In check.
We're gonna go check with them. Maybe they'll listen to us a little bit better.
Fuck.
Want us to check?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah, give us a minute. See what we got.
Dude, it gotta be something wrong, man.
Everything's
hell
so
does it-
performative with
Sometimes
him.
brains will pop too.
Yeah, but why is it hurting like this? And they say there's nothing. Dude.
Because sprains can actually be more painful than a break.
His poor
Whatever
little
they got-
shoulder.
Whatever they did, it
So
hurt
performative.
so bad.
Want to keep the food? Why don't you keep the food and the soda?
And once again, we saw he was not thrown to the ground. He got down on the ground when he was ordered to. But as is written in the Sovereign Citizen Handbook, I'm sure, when you're arrested, shoulder pain. For that price, here in Utah, we have a burger place called Crown Burger. For $10, I'll get a Crown Burger and fries.
Yeah.
I used to go to Five Guys sometimes, but now it's 16 or $18 for a burger and fries, and
And the clip ended at
their
2:05.
quality just isn't that good.
Can you describe for the jury what you saw here?
Yes, ma'am. So what I noted is that
if you're ever in Utah, Steve,
Mr. Brooks
try
initially,
a
as one
Crown
in the room,
Burger
continues to suggest that
and
he's
get
in severe
specifically
pain.
get the Crown Burger.
And once
It's
we're
got
out of the
about
room,
an inch and a
there's no
half
more
of
groaning.
pastrami on
There's no
top.
more grabbing of his shoulder.
It's messy. It's
Rather, there's an interest in looking at the
artery
paperwork that's left
clogging,
behind
but
and
it's
attempting to use
good.
the phone. As soon as that door opens, Mr. Brooks then suddenly places his face into his hands and is
What's that place on
suddenly in
Main
despair again.
Street in Tooele?
Okay, moving
I've only
to
been there
2 hours,
once.
49 minutes.
Drove
0
up over
seconds. We're playing till
Butterfield
2
Canyon
hours,
and
50
down
minutes,
Middle
40
Canyon
seconds.
into Tooele. But they had
We are at
good
now 2
burger and
hours, 49
fries.
minutes, 0 seconds.
So this is my thing.
It's a burger place on the east side, a little bit out of sort of the downtown area. I think it's on Main. It's on the main highway.
What if it wasn't me driving? What if it wasn't you? What if it was my mom's truck? Mm-hmm.
That
But
you
I
said
wasn't
your
driving.
mom doesn't drive.
Mm-hmm. What if it was you? What if it wasn't me? Mm-hmm.
That could be it, Astro Burger.
Who else would it be? That's what I'm asking. Not asking you who else would it be. I'm just asking. What if I knew? Mm-hmm. Would I be asked to give that information?
Well, it said we're here to gather truth. So if somebody else was driving that car, yeah, I would want to know who that car is so we can go talk to that person. But a huge part of that is going to be your honesty with it.
Right. No, I was just asking because you just asked.
You've already figured out you're not an idiot. You're not a dumb man. You're a smart guy.
Right.
I see that. You know that we've been working on this.
The video stopped at 2 hours, 50 minutes, 40 seconds. What's going on here?
What's going
Overruled the
on
witness.
is not.
May I answer?
It's so far from.
So at this point,
legal.
Mr. Brooks, I've stepped out of the room, is offering up to Detective Stern that there's a possibility that someone else may have been driving the vehicle. Now, when asked about that,
So
as you can
it's
see,
not Astro Burger then,
he pretends he doesn't know who that person would be.
because
It's untruthfulness, it's deception.
I'm going to advise the
So,
witness to refrain
Crown
from characterizing what Mr. Brooks
is
is
the
saying or not
Katsanevis
saying.
family.
It is solely up to this jury to determine
Astro is
credibility
the Linakis
of
family.
any of the witnesses and the believability.
They're all
of any
Greek.
statements
There's
made
also
during
Apollo
these
Burger.
interviews, and I'm
And
going
it
to
might be
strike
that Apollo is
that
the
characterization
Linakis family.
from
I
the
think it's
record.
Astro though.
Please ask another question.
So this interview goes on for another 2+ hours. Is that correct?
And I think it is that one of them was like a brother-in-law or something. And
The witness may answer.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
and there's
Does Mr.
a
Brooks at
random
any
Crown
time
Burger in
ever tell you that
Colorado
someone else
that's owned
is
by like an
driving his
ex-wife that
mom's red
started it.
SUV?
Objection, I don't consent to being called that name.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
But it's not. So it's not Astro Burger
Overruled, the
that
witness
I
may
ate it
answer.
in Tooele.
No other individual or no other name.
Looking
is
at
ever
the map,
provided.
it might be American Burger.
I now direct you to 2 hours, 57 minutes, 30 seconds, playing till 3 hours, 5 minutes, 41 seconds. It is now at 2 hours, 57 minutes, 30 seconds, and as the video commence.
And it's Apollo Burger, not Astro, that I see on
Hurtful.
So you brought that up where you don't want to see anybody.
Where are those?
I'll show you in a minute.
Okay.
You don't want to see anybody get hurt, or sorry, you don't want to see anybody get charged for something they didn't do. But you already brought up too that if somebody did something, that they should be held accountable for it, and that you're willing to accept responsibility.
What's going on?
If it's,
Can I show you something?
That's a
Like, you
good
gotta
reason
film
not to pay
No, I'm not
attention.
Are you?
I just remember there was a place we stopped,
I ain't got no.
and it was really good. I think it is
Look like
American
bread.
Burgers.
Right there.
Go to Street View.
No, that's not me.
That's not you.
That's not me.
That's not you.
No, I don't.
Darrell.
That's
Darrell. That's you.
That's you, Darrell.
Why you say it like that, man?
Because we talked about the honesty piece. You keep telling me that you tell the truth.
Yeah, I'm
when
pretty
you did
sure
do
it's
something.
American Burgers.
You take responsibility when you do something.
He said doo-doo.
There's your mom's car again. There's your mom's car again.
But I remember their fries being excellent.
Which
Like
child?
even more so than their
Sure.
burgers. It's their fries I
Child
remember.
from somebody.
Yeah. Uh-huh. It's your mom's car.
Yeah, I was just asking him about my about
That's your mom's
what's
car
going on with that.
that we took the key for from you. So you can't tell me at this point I'm playing any games anymore, you know?
I didn't say you was playing games from the get-go.
Well, you felt like
Just
we were being totally straight.
last night I felt like
It wasn't
No,
as, it wasn't
yeah,
as
I knew
fluid
more.
as you wanted.
no, it wasn't the flu. It was
He's
just,
completely
I
incapable
knew-
of letting
I
someone
knew
else
that
talk.
Y'all knew more than what y'all was saying, and I felt like last night with that whole, them coming in the way they did, and because I'm sitting there in the thing and I'm watching them walk past, like, what in the hell? And seeing that, I just
It's
felt
almost like
okay,
you
y'all already
knew
know
that you did a
what
lot
y'all wanna
more
do, what
than
y'all-
just
you know what I'm saying? Y'all
assaulting
just know.
Erica and
I didn't know what
loitering.
y'all wanted. It just seemed like y'all knew more.
It's almost
than
like
what y'all
you
was gonna tell
knew
me. It was more
you
so
drove
like
your
I feel
car
like I
through
was
a
being
parade.
railroaded to be like, okay, tell me this, but we already know over here what we gonna do. We already know what we're gonna do right here. We just want you to tell them yourself and say you did this and did that.
Yeah,
so we
they'd
can
like you
already
to
justify what we
confess.
already want to do. And it's like I don't feel like that's fair.
What time did you
It's
come
not
out here?
fair that they're
What time
hoping
did
you
head out from
confess.
Milwaukee to Waukesha?
I don't want to talk, man. I don't want to talk if I'm not getting nothing.
I just showed you 3 pictures.
Okay, you
man.
show me pictures, but you're not telling me what I'm facing.
He doesn't know the charges yet.
I don't. That's the whole.
You
That's
drove
why
down
I
a
keep
street.
asking.
You drove down a parade route. You got a
Oh,
pretty good
there it
idea.
is.
You see what I'm saying? So now this
There
is
it is.
more stuff coming out, man.
Yep, we told you we were looking for that explanation.
And that's you.
And all I'm saying is,
Alright,
look,
Bill.
all somebody got to do is just tell me what I'm facing. Not tell you guys whatever you want to
And
know.
and he did
I
just
said
tell
that
you.
3-4
There it is.
times,
There it is.
He just told you.
and it's like, yo,
You drove down a parade.
So Darrell, what were you thinking when you went driving to this parade?
what am I facing?
I like the closed captioning
That's all I want to
instead
know.
of so
I have
Darrell.
no problem talking with
It's
you
a
guys.
girl.
You got people injured that had to go to the hospital.
So
And
they're
the
saying
morgue.
I injured somebody, or you're saying I
You
injured
did.
somebody.
Yeah,
Lots
I'm
of
looking at what,
somebody's.
reckless endangerment.
Murder.
very least, yeah.
At the
Murder.
very least.
People got hurt. That's reckless endangerment. I don't know exactly what they're going to classify it. Yeah, people had legs broken.
Murder.
Endangerment's where you may have hurt somebody by your actions. You did hurt somebody by your actions.
So what am I being charged with? That's what I'm trying
I
to
don't
They
know
don't
exactly
know
yet,
yet.
so
They're
I
not
don't
the
know.
I don't know all
prosecutors.
of the details.
The
You're not
prosecutors
gonna
charge
get that out
you.
of me. I'm sorry. I'm explaining to you. Driving down there, you're looking at people got hurt. People got some broken legs.
And y'all saying that's me.
I know that's you.
How you know that's you?
Because I can recognize you. I can tell it's you. And that's your mom's car, which you had the key for. I can ID you.
I'm assuming the three
Just asking you
pictures
to
he
be honest
mentioned
about it.
are identifying him,
About what I'm facing.
showing that they're probably the exhibits we've seen multiple times.
What do you think hypothetically? I mean, you've been through this gamut before.
Exactly.
Right. Y'all knew
I
was
know
being
that's
charged
you.
with this from day one,
And
so
that's
why y'all couldn't just
probably
charge me and take me to
a
county
bad
jail where y'all was
statement
gonna
that
take me?
the
Because
officer
Because
just
you wanted
made.
me to tell on
You've
myself.
been
That's
through this
basically
gamut
all
before.
You told us to
That
do
shows
No, I'm saying,
he's
but,
faced
and I'm not
the
trying to
criminal
reach y'all
process
still, I'm not
before.
tripping with y'all because y'all being straight up.
So that was
I'm
maybe
I'm
a
not.
mistake
But
on the
I'm saying,
prosecution's
y'all
part.
knew, if y'all knew this already, why y'all just didn't take me to? Why y'all just didn't do what y'all had to do?
Here's where you're at right now.
And it's like you take me through.
How dare you have a strategy when you interrogate me?
Can I speak? Here's where you're at. Okay. I'll tell you straight. Here's where you're at. One of two people did this. And I mean that from a...
It was you or your straw man.
There's a God-fearing Christian who loves his kids and his mom that you say you are, and I want to believe you are. And in many ways, you've presented yourself as, who went out, got in a fight with his girl, argument, whatever you want to call it, and went and just done screwed up.
Just
Or-
done screwed up.
There's the malicious guy. The malicious guy who has lied to me about his love for God, who's lied to me about his love for his mother, who's lied to me about his love for
Don't
his
spin
children.
it. Don't spin it, man.
It's one of those two people, man.
I'm just saying.
I think
don't
it's
spin it.
the malicious
Don't spin it,
guy.
man, 'cause I'm not.
Which one are you?
You're not gonna spin it, dude.
Which guy are you?
I'm the God-fearing guy that you've been talking to since last night,
Then
man.
tell me the truth about
And you know
driving
that.
down
And
that
you know
road.
that.
You don't sound
Tell me
like
know
the
it.
that.
truth about driving down that
Tell
road.
me what I'm facing.
Murder.
I told you some of what you're facing.
Son,
He doesn't know it all yet.
reckless endangerment. That's almost like saying I killed somebody.
No,
You
want me to give
did.
you the entire case
You
without
don't.
giving
You don't
me
have
anything,
to.
and I'm
No,
not
I'm
going
not.
to do that.
That's not
I'm
what
not
I'm
going to
asking.
do that.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Perspective.
No, I'm
Remember when I
not.
talked to you about perspective?
I'm not.
Remember when I talked to you about
See.
perspective? Truth somewhere in the middle, all that?
Yeah.
That's how
yeah.
I see what
And
you're
saying
asking
you
me.
got me doing all this and that, but y'all sit up here and come in here. Well, not. I'm not blaming it on you guys. I'm not. But y'all sit up here. The police do this every
And yet,
single time.
I
Even
mean,
when you
he's
try to
able
be-
to reach for
look,
his
Show me
You try-
a guy
You
you
food
try,
at this
you try to
time.
be straight up with them. You try to tell them the truth. You try to do all this and that, and they still railroad you.
I'm in there at
every
this time.
single
I
time.
can't even think about eating.
Not
it's
anymore.
It's not even, no, it don't got nothing to do with that, because I just told you, I don't have a problem with telling you everything you want to know. I just wanted to have an
Tell me what I want to
idea.
know.
I just wanted to have an idea. That's
They
all
told
I said
you.
last night.
They told
know what I
you.
want to know.
You
And
drove down the
that's all
parade
I
route.
said today.
You know what happened.
Why did you
Okay,
do
what
it?
am I being charged with? What are y'all gonna charge me? What are y'all gonna recommend? What are y'all gonna do? Because at the end of the day,
They don't know yet. They don't know the extent of the carnage yet. They haven't added it all up yet.
The video stopped at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 41 seconds. Sir, you had walked into this room, or I believe you had presented a cell phone to Mr. Brooks. Do you recall that in the video?
The jury gets to decide what they saw on the video.
There's been an objection. I'm going to sustain it and just ask you to lay a better foundation.
Sure. So you came in and you had your cell phone with you, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Did you receive any additional information when you and Detective Stern went out of the room
Wow.
prior to this clip?
They're at lunch
Objection. Whether it's
Overruled, the
in
witness
real
may answer.
time.
Yes, I did.
What information did you receive?
objection legal.
Overruled.
Specifically the photographs that I brought into the room.
Have we seen those photographs?
And what was on your phone?
Objection.
Overruled.
Grounds.
Can't see what's on the phone from the video.
He can
Overruled,
testify
the witness
about
may
what was
answer.
on the
You can ask him
phone.
on cross-examination if you have questions.
So the video or the photo I showed on the phone, if you look at the monitor right now, I'm facing it Where is it? You face it up there. The right half.
And you can,
is-
it's a
I'm
touch
sure
screen.
he has
So if you
them.
want to circle something or point to something, and you can use your finger.
I'm absolutely sure he has
Tool
them written
doesn't work.
down times. And that's
Sorry,
gonna
I
be
kind of
bad
drew over
for
it, but
him.
that half of the paper is a photograph that I was able
I'm
to positively
guessing
identify as
he's
Darrell
gonna
Brooks,
open the
defendant,
door.
behind the wheel of the red Ford Escape.
And so-
while it was in the middle of the parade route.
The redirect is
that
going to be
picture was the same one that was on the phone
long.
when I showed it to him.
Okay.
It's going to be long. And once
We'll be able
again,
to cross-examine
I
the
don't know
witness. That
I don't know if the
statement by Mr.
cross-examination
Brooks is, I'm directing the
is
jury
going
to
to be
disregard as it's
his standard
not proper
length
testimony.
or his
Go ahead,
standard
next
proportion.
question.
So it's either going to be an
Thank you, I
hour,
appreciate
hour and a
that.
half,
What
or
were
it's
the
going to be 3
other,
days.
what was on the other papers that you put down on the table?
Objection.
So the other papers, one of them was Mr. Brooks' vehicle shortly after it had entered the parade route. That is where I specify to him he's
So a
driving
picture.
past a child. There's a child towards the passenger side of the vehicle. Another one is the vehicle where it was located parked on Maple Avenue within the city. I would also note that when you look at those photos carefully,
Maple Avenue is a good
the
way
initial
into
one
the
is
parade.
Mr. Brooks is entering the route and passing by this child. You can see the vehicle is undamaged, where the second one I showed him where it's parked is significantly damaged on the front end.
Yep, because that's a
Were
good
those the
distance
photos,
into the
all the photos that
parade.
you showed them at this time?
At that point, yes, they were.
Now, he had said twice in this, I don't know if you recall, I will tell you what you want to know. Do you recall that being stated by Mr. Brooks?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What did you want to know?
I wanted to know why he drove through the route. I wanted to know what caused him to make that decision, what was going through his mind.
Maple is the last
the evidence
cross
at that
street
point,
on Main
and this is
before it
evidence,
turns
is
down
stating
onto West
it
Avenue.
indicated
And we
his
heard
mother's
from
vehicle
witnesses
drove through the
on
route, that he was
both
the individual
the
driving through the
east
parade
and
route
west
when the vehicle
corner
went through the
of
route.
Maple.
And I was looking for explanations why, intent, motive, whatever it might be, for him to tell me, and he's not willing to do that.
This video goes on for another hour and 50 minutes. Did he ever answer that question?
Objection. Speculative.
It's not
Overruled. The witness may
speculative.
answer.
He knows if you answered.
did not.
He conducted the
Direct your attention
interview.
to video at 3 hours, 5 minutes,
interrogation.
57 seconds to 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 58 seconds. It is now starting at 3 hours, 5 minutes, 57 seconds.
Go ahead.
He'll probably go before a judge, right? What do you want him to think?
I mean, it's nothing I can have them think because y'all already basically said, okay, this is what happened. We just want you to tell us that this is what happened so we can just charge you with this, which we're going to charge you with.
Are you the good guy that screwed up or the evil guy that doesn't care?
So in that case,
Oh, I
say,
definitely care. I
Go to
definitely
hell,
care.
I want a
definitely
lawyer.
care. Why would you try to
This
scare like that?
interview's
Just because
over.
I don't want to tell you something. Now I don't care. Now I'm the malicious guy. Now I'm this, now I'm that. Just because I don't want to talk.
One other option, you know the truth. We've been talking for a couple
Y'all
of
apparently know the truth too.
It is so
Apparently.
when we came
so stupid.
to get
It's
your
Such a
perspective.
bad idea to talk to the
How you
police.
knew this last night, man?
This was,
You
I told
knew
you
this
that.
last
This came out.
night.
Yes, I told you.
And you could have been like, yo, some people got hurt. We want to know what
I
happened.
mean, they didn't
I didn't know
need
enough
this
details
to
last
convict him, but
There were
it's
people out
such
there
a bad
all night,
idea.
all night, processing a scene, the entire night, until about, I don't know, noon today.
Come on, man. Y'all knew,
To about noon today.
y'all knew all this, man.
I didn't know everything. I'm telling you, you can believe me if you want, but I got no reason to
Because I
lie.
know
It
y'all
was
not,
complete
I'm not
chaos.
saying, listen, I'm not saying you're lying.
It was complete chaos.
I'm not saying you're lying.
So that's what took so long.
I'm not.
But you
But
know
also-
how it got to be that
But
way.
also,
Tell us how it got to be
I
that
can't
way.
even get a word in.
Because we're going round and around and
Okay,
around,
well,
Darrell.
we're just gonna keep going around and around it.
And you're acting like you don't.
I mean,
You're
it's
acting like you don't know what these are, and you do.
no, you making it seem like I don't care. like I'm just this heartless type of person, dude.
Well, it
I
feels
couldn't
that
even,
way.
okay, that's fine, but look at my position. I've been in here for 24 hours. I haven't even gotten a shower, good sleep, my shoulder's fucked up. I haven't even got a phone call to even notify
you're not
anybody close to
entitled
my
to
family
a
whatsoever,
phone
not one time.
call.
I'm disappointed, Darrell.
You could have
I'm
asked for an
disappointed too because
attorney.
you lied to me, Kurt.
Because
You lied to
we
me.
talked about what
Nothing,
you want
listen.
him to do with
Listen,
one of your
Newsflash.
did I
kids.
just
What
say
you want him to do with
Police
one
I
of your-
can
don't
lie
have
to you.
any problem telling you what happened. The only thing I'm saying is I feel like you were trying to railroad me by how you went about it. That's all I'm saying. That's it. I'm not saying.
Okay, we
I'm not
discussed
saying-
that for about an hour. So tell me what happened when you
see
drove
what I'm
off.
saying?
We're not gonna make any more progress on that. I get you're pissed about that, and I'm not gonna fault you for it. I'm not gonna tell you not to be mad. I'm not gonna tell you not to feel like, man, that was bullshit, but Carp, why'd you do that? If that's the way you feel, gotcha, it's okay. I'm not gonna tell you you can't. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you how you should or should not feel about how I went about presenting things last night. Okay, but what I've confronted you with and told you today is your mom's car's out here. I've now shown it to you. You know, you want me to, tell you all these things.
No.
Hold on. But what I told you from the start.
I mean,
and I did
just
you
tell
this,
him
is
how
that
it was damaged.
Part of it's a give and take. There's things I'll tell
There's
you,
a
but I
picture
can't
of it
just tell you
undamaged and a picture of it
everything. Show you
damaged.
pictures.
How was it damaged?
We talked about if the roles were reversed, what you'd want my partner, Ben,
Yes.
to do.
Yeah, you did say that.
We talked about that. What would you want it to do if it was your kid with the broken leg? And look,
If it was your
I got hurt.
8-year-old son, Jackson
people did.
Sparks, who was killed.
A lot of people got hurt.
yeah,
Are you serious?
yeah, earlier were there.
Deadly
No, I'm
serious.
saying a lot of people got hurt.
Yeah, there's people hurt, man.
Like that.
Broken legs and stuff like I told you. Concussions hit their head.
Is this guy serious?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see that happen to nobody, dude.
Then why
I
did you
don't
do
believe
it?
you would either.
Yeah, but you
And I'm not saying it's on purpose.
you just thought, yo, this dude is heartless.
You are.
You know
I
what
didn't
I'm
say
saying?
that. I'm
It's
asking
like,
You
what
have shown
you want
again and
it to be
again and
perceived.
again that you're heartless.
Tell us how it is then. If we're wrong and it's not heartless. Tell us what it was.
I'm here to listen if it's something different. I'm sitting here. I haven't walked out.
Come on, Hart. Come on, y'all know.
I mean,
y'all
did you
know.
have a seizure,
Listen,
but yet still
Y'all
somehow
know.
managed to avoid all the cars,
y'all know.
but hit
If
people?
I did not talk to that woman, I would have never, ever be sitting right here talking to y'all right now. I'm not blaming her. Like I told you, I'm not going to demonize that woman.
If I hadn't talked to that
She's
woman,
funny when she's not
I
here.
wouldn't have driven through that crowd of people.
It's not about her anymore, Drew.
I know, but
And I
I'm just
believe
saying.
that you wouldn't be in this position if you hadn't talked to her. I
Okay.
believe that.
You didn't have to put the picture down. You didn't have to.
The stroller.
He is a
Stroller.
monster.
So a kid got hurt.
Yeah.
Lots of
A
kids
kid.
got hurt.
Yeah.
You killed
Hey,
an
you said a lot of
8-year-old.
people got
Get
hurt.
checked out.
A
Yeah.
lot of
You
people
have,
got hurt.
at the time, you had a
It's a
7-year-old,
pretty good injury if a doctor
Right
says
now-
check you out or you got a broken leg.
8-year-old.
Yeah, so
You
he caught my
killed
shoulder.
an 8-year-old.
I'm just making a joke, but yeah.
I don't know. Well,
I mean, for him, that's a
I wanna
win,
believe
getting
in the man that you are,
manslaughter.
but I'm not laughing because there's
That's the
nothing funny.
only
No,
thing
it's-
this
no,
trial's
it's not.
about,
It's never been that.
is
dude, I don't
proving
take my life as
intent.
a joke. I don't.
His identity
I don't
is
take my
more
life
than
as no joke.
proven.
I was just making a joke about my shoulder.
But
when you just
his
said, you
level
know,
of
this is
mens
a
rea,
serious
of
injury, you gotta
intent,
get looked out. And I was just saying, I had to get
is
looked
what the
out.
trial's
They said it
about.
was serious. They treated it like, oh,
Let's say spend the night.
you're the guy in cuffs, so
Well, you said that part, not me.
no, I'm just saying that's how they, not how you acted, that's how they were acting. It's like, oh, well, it's nothing broken. Well, why do I keep having this thriving burning pain if there's nothing wrong?
It's all about your shoulder. Your shoulder's more important than the broken bones and crushed skulls and punctured lungs that you caused. But your sovereign citizen shoulder, that's what really matters.
A reckless endangerment.
Yeah, that's something you're looking at, right?
Because some people got
That's
hurt.
it. Sometimes you've got to bite the bullet. My client's guilty. My client did it.
I just want to say this.
But he didn't mean to do it.
When you said it wasn't the end of the world type thing.
Sometimes, as a defense attorney, a win is the lesser charge.
I'll tell you why.
Not when you have God in your life. It's not.
It is, because
That's what I believe anyway.
I believe that too, but you don't want to have.
I think it's a tough ask in this.
Can't see your family.
Because even then,
what does it matter?
Even if they get a not guilty on first degree, I think
And the
it's
clip
still
stopped at
second
3
degree
hours,
at the
13
very
minutes,
least.
58 seconds.
The
Sir, what went on? in this
depraved hearts murder. It's he didn't care that he was killing people. He didn't set out to
So
kill
in the
them,
clip, I
but
was
he didn't
continuing
care
to try
that he
to,
was.
Get Mr. Brooks to tell myself and Detective Stern what occurred, explain the
I
reasons
mean,
why.
you add up all of the 76
understand,
charges.
you know, how and why it
It's
happened.
hundreds of years.
I was more direct with him at this point and, you know, told
I
him
mean,
that
6
recklessly
consecutive
endangering safety was
25-year
certainly a possibility
sentences
as a charge here.
is
let him know
150
that
years.
people got hurt, including broken legs and concussions, yet Mr. Brooks was still unwilling to explain to us, give us the clarity, give us the information we were asking for to understand, you know, why he did it. You know, despite us talking about God, I talk about Detective Stern and what, you know, if he had injured one of Mr. Brooks's children, that's something
Is that like
comes
the
up,
difference
what he
between a
wanted us
mile
to
and a
do if this was
nautical
one of his
mile?
own family members, I guess, to say if the rules were reversed. But none of those things were anything that made him any more willing to speak to us. It continued to be
I'm fully
really
willing to tell
demands
you everything you
know what
want
he was
to
being
know.
charged with, even though at that
But
point
I'm not
he's-
going to tell
he's
you
being
anything.
told what he's very likely looking at. But that kind of back and forth just continued to occur.
At any time during the time you spent with Mr. Brooks on the 22nd or the 21st, did he ever ask how any of the injured people were doing?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name in this leading the witness.
He didn't care
Overruled.
about how
As to
they were
both the
doing.
witness may answer.
He cared about his boo-boo on his shoulder.
No, I mean, for example, I gave examples of concussions, broken legs, but
But
there
his
was no
shoulder
follow
hurt.
up as to whether these concussions
What
were
am
going
I
to cause people
facing?
brain damage, whether the broken legs would impair people from walking again, or if there'd be amputations. He never addressed that.
Finally, directing your attention to the video at 3 hours 40 minutes to 3 hours 44 minutes and 2 seconds. It's a
I would like that last answer by the witness strike. How can anyone determine what will happen as a result of an injury?
You
How
didn't
can you even determine that?
inquire. You did
Your
not
objection is noted.
inquire.
It's overruled. May I have that timestamp again for this clip?
Sure, it's 3 hours 40 minutes 0 seconds to 3 hours 44 minutes 2 seconds.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
She's struggling. She's got that cold or whatever. She's congested.
Just watch something for me. And more incriminating stuff. I'm already like I'm about to lose my life, man.
If only. How dare they have more incriminating stuff?
Can I ask a quick question?
Hold on, watch it.
I know. Why do you want me to watch it?
I'll show you. I just want you to watch it. Watch it.
Why though?
Watch it for me.
Why though?
Because I want you to see what's in the video. Did you watch it?
Why do you want me to watch
Will you?
it? That
I just want to know why you want me to watch it.
Because I want you to see what's on the video.
because it's
Why don't
funny.
you want to watch it?
I just want to know why you want me to watch it. I didn't say
I just want you to see what I told you.
Problem.
You're not accepting the answer. I told you I want you to see what's in it. That's why I want you to watch it.
You wanted information from us, we're
I
sharing.
want you to watch and see what's in it. Yeah.
He wants
good
you to
point.
watch it
Information.
for his own amusement.
Yes, I want you to watch and see what's in it.
It's like you like badgering me like a little
But
bit.
Darrell, you asked me a question. Okay? And
Is
this
it
is
the
more
person,
than what
the
we asked
agent,
for.
or the settler?
So I am showing you more. I'm asking you to watch it. Will you watch it?
I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay,
I
that's
just
fine.
want to know what was the reasoning.
Because I want you to see what's in it.
I mean, I'm pretty much.
It's not complex. It's just, you know what I'm saying? It's just that. I want you to see
I
what
understand.
happens.
I'm just saying I already know. I already have an idea from what you guys was saying earlier.
But I want you
And
to
from
see it.
what you did
Like-
earlier.
Watching all I'm thinking about right now is
Here, we'll talk in a
what a
second.
hell of a journey it's been, but this is how my story ends. That's all I've been thinking about. Like, it's nothing that I want to.
You look down?
Not about your victims? You're not thinking about
Why do you want
them?
me to see that card? Why?
Because I think it's important.
Why is it important? Is it to make, like, what is it?
Why don't you want to look?
I'm just
Listen to that.
I'm not-
Oh my
I'm not
God.
trying to
Oh my God.
raise
We
my
heard
voice at you
we
or-
heard
I'm not-
that
I'm just
clip.
asking you
We
why you
didn't
wanna
see
look.
it, but we
I'm
heard
just
it.
saying, why do you want me to look? So you
Because
say,
I
I
think
mean,
it's
Johnny
important. So you
Cochran's
see
dead,
what
so he
happened.
definitely couldn't.
you told me
You
what
see-
happened. You already told me what happened, bro. Y'all told me what happened. I understand my life is over. I'm trying to come to grips with that.
Sometimes the Chewbacca defense, though,
I'm
is
trying
the
to come
best
to
you
grips
can
with the
do.
fact that this is how my story ends. From trying to love somebody, I'll never see my kids again. My mom, my relationship is gone from me. And it's like, what is it? What is it to look at?
It's
And what my
how
life is for me to
your
look at my life
6
end?
That's you, Darrell.
victims of homicide. It's how
Is it
their
looking
story
at my life
ended.
ending?
These are the same photo. I'm just telling you that.
If the sandwich is kale,
I think it's important you see these.
I don't know where to go with that.
See my life end
It is important for you to see them.
for my life.
Why not
Are
both?
we gonna keep going round and round about this, or is there something you want to tell me?
Nothing's gonna help me at this point. Everybody knows what was going on from that y'all knew last night while I was getting investigated, while I was, you know what I'm saying?
Those are children right there. Those are kids. See that little kid right there?
Hello, Gingy. I like statics
Okay.
better. Because we've determined kale sandwiches are.
Sir, and it did stop at 3 hours, 44 minutes, 2 seconds.
But I guess if his sandwich is
What were you
kale,
showing, Mr. Brooks?
justice prevails.
Overruled. You may answer.
I don't consent to that name being used.
At that point,
Hold on. Were you done with the objection?
Yeah, I was.
All right, it's noted and overruled. The witness may answer.
And you need to stop with it. She's told you
at
to
that-
stop with it.
Excuse me. At that point, I was showing Mr. Brooks a video that had been provided to me of him operating the red Ford Escape
I
through the
struggle
parade
with
route.
Lots of leafy
That
greens.
specific point,
that, to me,
Mr.
they're
Brooks
just
was
bitter.
Struck members of the Waukesha South Marching Band, and I wanted him to see it. There's more information. He was asking for it. I felt it was important to see his reaction to it, see if he'd be willing to talk about it.
But his
And at the
reaction
point
was,
where
"But
I
my
paused it and
shoulder."
brought the piece of paper that his head is now down on. I paused the video at a point where you could see that it was Mr. Brooks behind the wheel of the vehicle. And the point at which I paused was a still photo of that moment that was on the paper. So it was, I guess, the same picture.
It's almost like they had already ID'd him. Imagine that.
Did you get any further with Mr. Brooks in the next hour that's contained in this interview?
No, I did not.
Objection of consent to being called that name.
Overruled. The witness's answer may stand.
On the 22nd,
I don't
did you
know.
end up collecting DNA
It
from
could be
Mr.
that
Brooks?
he's such a narcissist
Yes, I did.
that he thought he could talk
How-
his
how
way
is
out
that
of it at the time. I mean, he eventually had lawyers for a
Through
while,
buccal swab, so they're basically
but
Q-tips out of a sterile
I really
package.
don't know.
Used 2 of them, one to swab the inside of the right
So
inside of his mouth. And the
here
other
we're
the left
hearing
inside of his
he had the buccal DNA swab.
Sir, just direct your
Because remember,
attention
we're
back
going to get a DNA
this video
expert
one last time.
to testify that
Did the
it was
defendant
his
ever
DNA on the steering
watch
wheel.
that video?
Leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Nothing further.
Oh, wow.
All right, we will pause for our lunch break now. It's 12:43. I appreciate everyone's patience as
I had a feeling that
we were able to at least complete
the direct would go
direct
till lunch.
examination. When we come back from lunch, Mr. Brooks, you can start your cross-examination. We'll take an hour and 15
gonna be a
minutes. So come back at 2 p.m., everyone. All rise for the jury, please.
Oh, it's going to be a mess. Oh, that's a
I thank you. We are in
he's
recess.
giving the prosecutors the side eye. He doesn't like them. And with that, I'm going to go take my lunch a lot later than I thought I would. So I hope to I think public defenders are indifferent. They're used to horrible clients, clients who don't listen, clients who don't want them. Um, I mean, I'd take him as a client if I were licensed in Wisconsin. I'd have no problem representing him. I'd have to be paid a lot of money to do it. I mean, this defense for a private attorney, you're looking 6 figures easy. I'd love to take that case. I'd have him gagged in court. But I'd have no problem representing him. So, as a lawyer, it's no problem representing him. I mean, it's the job. The there's a saying in criminal law, you're representing bad people on their best behavior, usually. Whereas in family law, you're representing generally good people on their worst behavior. I'd much rather represent an accused murderer than if you've seen On Law Talk with Mike, the flamethrower series, that woman in Texas that kidnapped her kids and took them to South Carolina and knows better than everyone. I'd much rather have Brooks as a client than her. By far. And the thing is, it is a generality. Most criminal defense clients understand they need to behave because making a good impression on the jury, making a good impression on the judge could lessen their sentence or lessen their chances of being convicted. Whereas in family law, you hate your ex, generally. You want to burn them to the ground. So it brings out the worst. I'd love to be a public defender. I've applied. I mean, people dump on public defenders, say, "Oh, you couldn't get anything but the public defender job," as if that's an insult. It's hard to get the public defender job. It's a very desired job, in spite of it being underpaid and overworked. It's a good job to have. People want it. I mean, here in Salt Lake County, the public defenders are excellent. They are absolutely great. I'm friends with lots of the public defenders. If I were accused of a crime, I'd have no problem having them represent me. They are excellent. It's a hard job to get. So, with that, it's lunchtime, like I said. If I lose you to sleep, Darlene, it was fun. I realize it's extremely late down under. So I hope to see most of you back for after lunch. So I think he did. I think so. If not, sometimes with a case of that magnitude, they will appoint outside, like they'll appoint private defense attorneys, but paid by the state. So, yeah. I didn't follow the Cruz case though, like I said, because it's awful. But I'll be back. Have fun.